Okay, so we're starting live stream. The first thing I'm going to do before I start any explanations about the latest situation, and it seems as always the situation, is that I'm going to see if we're connecting. It says excellent connection. We've got a green light. I've been speaking a lot of Chinese, so the Asian comes out. The accent, it's more of a Japanese accent. They can't pronounce the R's. But let's see who came on with us. And
greetings.
Greetings,
it's
Brendan. Yes. Now, how long do I have to before I can hold a private conversation with you? Before you go on sabbatical, approximately, or is that something we're streaming now? So is that something you even want to say?
Maybe like approximately 1 week.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna try and call you within.
Or maximum. Yeah.
Okay, does that mean by Monday or by Friday?
By Friday.
Okay, okay, so I'll definitely call you before Friday privately.
Yeah.
So it's just what happened to Aristides? It says he's unavailable. Holy shit, I hope he's all right. Holy shit. We are live streaming. We have Heather
Maybe
Holman.
he didn't realize he could take a sabbatical and he just dipped. He was like, oh, that's an option?
He joined. We were afraid you were going to emulate Brendan Zoget and take a sabbatical, Aristides.
Oh, now he knows he can take one.
Yeah. He saved my ass. He ordered 2 of the lipospheric C packets. I mean, like 2 boxes of the lipospheric C packets.
Oh, wow.
So, Brendan, you should be proud of him. I mean, he did a great.
G.
Yeah, he is the man. And we're going to try and raise $350 over the next 2 nights because rent is due on the 1st. And I just spent a bunch on the supply run. But I do want people to know that, okay, Team Tankberry says, God is blessed, DDD, Team Dietrich, and these priceless, quote-unquote, enemy transmissions with the lightning bolts and the skeleton key, which have profound, deep meaning to anyone who studies these symbols. El Nemo in Australia says, loud and clear, hello all. We look forward to you joining us at Roundtable. So for those of you, already getting some questions about the thumbnail image embedded in live stream, and that of course is one of my paintings. And again, I've been dumbing down my paintings so they don't look like AI. But this one looks hauntingly close anyway because AI is based on my artwork. And this is probably because the majority of AI is simply a pale reflection of the Dietrich Artilect anyway. And that would be the only thing that really fucking makes any sense. What little intelligence is displayed by these expert systems would simply be in emulation of the only artificial intellect that exists on planet Earth in Taiwan, which is why all of the AI-generated art looks fairly Asian, or rather anime or manga. Manganime would be the neologism combining both those terms, a portmanteau, meaning 2 words combined. So the manganime look is very Dietrichonic for all of the artificial intellect or AI, basically expert system artwork, which Brendan Zoget can back up, of course. I mean, he's noted this already, and I definitely want to talk to him about some other aspects of that.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one that mentioned it so far.
Yes.
Well, as far as that goes. But I could tell it's your artwork because the lady in the back has like some anatomically correct breasts.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Probably all from memory.
Yes.
Sure.
That was the escort that I had the pleasure of the company of today. I will be returning to the estate as soon as the show is over, because this is a profoundly important day on both a personal sense and a community sense. For those of you who don't know, this is the 9th anniversary of OBERGEFELL-v-HODGES, which was the legalization of same-sex marriage, which was the very day that my son and his husband and many thousands of other same-sex couples got married. So this is the 9th wedding anniversary for basically tens of thousands of people across the United States, since that was a national decision. And of course, it also falls on National Beautician's Day, which my son had also trained for. It was beautician work for a period of time, but that was more or less subsidiary or ancillary, it turned out, or the way P worked it out with his photography. Altogether, of course, anyone who looks at AI-generated artwork, which this is not, the first thing that you will notice once you see that it's Dietrichonic by comparing it to my own artwork, you can never unsee it. Once you see it, you can never unsee it. After that point, all the AI work generally will look detraconic to you, unless it's something bizarre like architecture or something like that. So I do want people to know, again, it's one of these days where you're lucky I'm back at all. My son could not drive me home, had to be another member of the estate staff to drive me home, which is not necessarily awkward or uncomfortable, but just obviously not as enjoyable. But you know, we made it. And what I want everyone to know is that obviously I didn't want to return, and we always get here just in time. San Francisco traffic being a bitch, and again, it's always a minor miracle that I'm here on time to start these transmissions at all. So all of that having been explained, again, people will bear with about 15 minutes of my finishing my preparations of the studio around me once I segue the show over to Aristides. But since we have the privilege of the young lady Heather Holman with us, I want people to know that she will also be bouncing off of a conversation with Peter Moon and Aristides and Brendan Zoget. So you have a wonderful team here. Before, of course, I even dream of segueing over to Aristides, since we're blessed with the company of Brendan. Brendan, is everything safe? A status report, please. We're always, of course, concerned for you because of the historical experience of the occult siege that you have been under in the past, and just things in general, being blacklisted, which we know you are, and has been cross-referenced with other individuals we know that have been blacklisted, or literally wound up on terrorist watch lists because of myself, confirmed by their own relations who said, hey, I found you on a terrorist watch list. We know by the way that potential employees have reacted to Brendan Zoget, this is essentially the case with himself. So such being said, is everything all right?
Oh yes, actually it's going quite well. My 100 healings jutsu is well in effect and extremely powerful, so everything seems to be going smooth as of right now. So,
wonderful. Yeah, deeply appreciate it. And what we will do now is check, of course, in with Heather Holman, and I'll offer her a personal explanation of what's going on. Let's see if how our audio works.
I was actually just briefly, not to derail, just curious if Heather was doing all right after that. Those revelations about her sidereal chart. Is everything okay?
Yeah. There's a lot to think about. I'm still thinking about it, but it makes a lot of things make a lot more sense than before.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Wonderful.
But once again, it was a positive thing. It wasn't negative. So.
Yeah, it's got to be positive.
These energies
that's
are
the only way to look at it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's funny that
Go on.
I went to the person that I consort to, like my guru. I guess I don't have a guru because ISKCON never really accepted me. But there is somebody who was affiliated with them that I go to for, guruship, and he had never even heard of the wish-fulfilling cow or seen it. So it must be some darker side of Hindu.
I mean, Cum-NAT'L is very well known.
I thought so, but he had never even heard of it, and I thought that was strange for a temple president from Canada and Chicago. So
that is odd.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we've got a dozen concurrent viewers at the moment, which, as we know, Brendan is with us. Let me take advantage of his presence before I take off for 15 minutes to have him explain what he saw concerning the hits at 700,000 approximately and climbing. Could you share with us the source for this and what your impression was of all of this, dear Brendan, while Peter is available so he can get a better understanding?
Yeah, it's very simple. So there are these third-party websites that track YouTube, basically YouTube channels. So if, like, for example, if someone wants to see a creator's status or, look deeper into their YouTube channel because YouTube won't provide that information. So they go to these third-party websites and apps. So what I did is I typed your channel into these third-party apps, and, all the information was pretty standard except at the view count, your total view count, which I think you can see it on the YouTube, but it just put it into perspective for me seeing it separately, is that your total view count is well above 750,000. And then if you were to mathematically deduce okay, you have you have 1,500 videos or whatever, very
666 tonight, 666 by tonight.
Yeah, well, that's after they scrub.
That's right. After
400
scrubbing at least half the fucking channel. Yes, go on.
And on those websites, I'll send you the screenshot eventually in a second here. But it says you have like 1,200 videos. But if
they cut them off. So Brendan, they glitched you out. Oh my God. That's okay. They glitched you out the moment you said
each video, and then
hold on. Could you repeat that? Because the moment you said 1,200 videos, they cut you off.
Okay, so yeah, of course. So I said, if you mathematically divide 750,000 by the amount of videos you have, it doesn't really add up because you only have a few videos that have over 10,000 hits. The rest have like 500 or 600 up to 800.
Right.
So the numbers don't add up to your actual total view count to what they show your view count is per video. So that's what I was trying to tell you, is that your actual view count's pretty high. It's almost 1 million, in the total life of your channel, but still pretty good.
Yes.
Almost 1 million people. So that was very interesting. It doesn't add up. Like if you were to just divide it mathematically by 1,000, you'd have like 10,000 views per video, essentially.
Thank you.
It doesn't show up like that, but that seems to be
the reality.
It averages out to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So there you go. That was what I was trying to tell you.
Thank you. Very profoundly appreciated, and a monumental revelation. Obviously, I try not to dwell on these things because a person can be driven to despair, as the enemy intends to do, by trying to get someone to dwell on numbers. That was an obsession, of course, of everyone at Revolution Radio, and they would often pay the price for that.
I remember Revolution Radio. You were considered like the top slot, but they would never give you credit.
That's right. That's right.
It's more sinister with YouTube because if you were to monetize, for example, like that, they would be ripping you off by millions, and this could prove like, that they're stealing money from you if you ever monetize. That's why. That's why it's like slightly worse with this kind of stuff, because Double R, you had like, you guys were volunteers because that dude would never pay anybody, probably.
That's right. No, as a matter of fact, he was demanding payment from everyone except myself.
Yes.
Yeah. Even Sean David Morton had to pay. So
yeah. So there you go. So that's why I was like, it's shocking to see that on theoretically where YouTube would be able to pay you, you wouldn't even be getting paid your rightful share because, like if you were to ever change the channel to monetization, which was sabotaged before by others that we won't mention.
That's right, but we can mention, just for the sake of record, when I was dealing with
I don't think you ever got your $250 from them. Like
no, I sent the letter in and there was no response.
Yeah, so there you go. Answer. No.
Yes, that could have paid my rent this month. That could easily have gone towar's paying my rent.
So it goes beyond just suppressing you. It's like they don't even want you to get the money that you're owed on top of all of it.
Thank you.
Kind of like shock. Yeah,
it's hardly
it a little worse.
It's hardly shocking, but what makes it, shall we say, so awful is the fact that they're counting on the fact that anyone in my position would, if they tried to sue YouTube, have to amass enough money to employ an attorney to sue YouTube, which would be extraordinarily expensive, astronomically expensive enough where your person in my average person in that position, my position, could never afford it. So they're counting on the fact that they can rip people off with impunity without being sued, because the people they're ripping off can't afford it. And even though they're stealing nickels and dimes, if they're doing this by obviously the tens of thousands, the millions of people, they're making astronomical sums of money. It is beyond criminal. So YouTube does need some form of punishment, which means Google needs some form of punishment when social reform is able to be performed. When we are able to impose some level of social justice, Google needs to pay. It's certainly, that's a conclusion to be drawn. Already getting questions about why not a photograph. That's for security reasons. Obviously, we don't want to expose the identity of my son's husband. My son, of course, everyone knows how he looks at this point. And of course, you notice that I did not show the full facial features of the escort in this case. And in terms of the character that can be ascertained as kissing my son's hand as either myself or his husband. But in...
Excuse me, that is such an asinine question. I have to point out how asinine it is. Why can't we see a photo?
Thank you. Thank you.
It's too much. It's too much. This is somebody who needs a existential honk in the head.
Thank you. No, it's appreciated. And I do want to welcome Eric Cradle, who has joined us. Now, considering the fact that we've received no complaints, I'm presuming everybody can hear us all. So everybody seems to be registering on the online broadcasting software. I'm just going to ask Aristides to start speaking about the channel and do his usual bit, and at that moment I'll go mute. But I just want to make sure he's registering when he starts, because I didn't, really look conscientiously like I should have. So Aristides, if you would be so kind, after that was done, by all means, have a say. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the usual?
Yeah. Oh, yes. No, well, I see that you're registering. So,
Okay.
Of course. But before you start, again, all credit to Aristides for ordering 2 boxes of Lipospheric C, which is immensely important to me. What I did yesterday, it feels like 100 years ago by now because of everything that happened today. It's hard to believe that I took off so early in the morning today and everything that has happened since. Literally yesterday, I picked up the package from our man Aristides. He sent it via courier, of course. But I will go into some of the details of that later, just for educational purposes. You know what? Before I go, one more thing to relate. Just absolutely bizarre, and yet it's important that Peter hear this as well, simply because of the bizarre nature of, again, the environment. So yesterday was a refuse collection day, and what happened was, for years, I have had toters. Now, I don't know how many of you live in a city. I presume the majority of major American cities provide toters. That these are not normal garbage cans. They're like angular garbage receptacles that have wheels. But they're heavy as hell, and they're not something the homeless people are normally going to steal because, unlike shopping carts, they are truly inconvenient. They are too deep to conveniently store things into. You're digging in bodily every time you go in, and they're very heavy. So it's not something any homeless people normally steals. So extraordinarily rare, but it does happen. It happened to my gang brother Beaver, where his toter was stolen by some homeless person. I've had garbage cans, real garbage cans, in the past that were stolen, and that's another stupid horror story. I just have to vent and cathart about that. You buy a new garbage can, large and brand spanking new, and it's out there outside. And I heard a bunch of noise one night. This is when my parents were alive and well, before I became the care provider. And I hear a bunch of noise outside, and then I run outside, and it's too late. Bunch of motherfucking white guys, all like frat boys, have loaded my family's garbage can into their pickup truck and ran off with it. We're driving off in a pickup truck with it. I mean, literally caught them as they were all piling into the truck, jumping into the back with the can and taking off. And honestly, if I had a shotgun, I would have shot them. But they are, you might ask, why? Basically what they do is, because I am a hygienic person and have bagged all of my garbage before putting it in the can, they just simply poured all the bags out on the street so they could take the can, because it was obviously new. And that way they fill it up with ice and they use it for kegger parties. They load it up with ice and beer, and that can keep all, literally dozens of bottles of beer cold throughout a kegger party. Whoa, wait a second. Heather says, yesterday street people went through my outside trash and took my debit card. She says she mistakenly threw away getting over $200 before she could stop. I'm so sorry. God, Heather, please. Oh my God, we got it.
I know, but it's just ironic,
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's awful.
Okay.
That's
That was lame.
I'm
It was
so
stupid
sorry.
that I threw it away, you know, but it was just, and it's stupider that I went out in the trash to look for it, couldn't find it. That's when I checked my bank. I'm like, wow.
These things happen. I dropped
Yeah.
my wallet in the trash once, and I found it. You know, it was the one with all my cards in it and everything. Then I luckily found it after going out again and looking for it through the trash hours later, where it had just dropped out of my pocket into the trash. It was almost supernatural.
Yeah.
But these things
Yeah.
happen, and if so,
No, they usually don't happen to me, but they happen.
I'm so sorry. But at any rate, aside from that stupid story of horrible white frat boys stealing garbage cans on Russian Hill, San Francisco, the thing was that they've since replaced all those cans. It's illegal to have one. It's literally illegal to have one in San Francisco. They will not take your garbage. They won't take your garbage if it's in a can. You have to have a city-issued toter, and you have to have all three of them, which you pay for. The recyclables, the compost, and the black can for pure garbage that's considered unrecyclable and non-compostable. But with my black can, the non-recyclable, non-compostable can, I have always been frustrated by how small it is. When I called my gang brother Beaver to tell him what had happened with the latest incident, he confirmed, as a landlord, he originally started with these small cans for some of his tenants in single rooms, and then quickly had to move up for them because these cans cannot take more than literally, I forgot what he compared it to, but it was very apropos, something like a picnic basket, something like that. But it was really apropos. It wasn't a picnic, whatever it was. I'll have to ask him again what he compared it to. But it's just useless. It's just useless. But the plastic is incredibly thick, and I've always thought that they made it out of some kind of molten mold of plastic that was so thick so it couldn't burn in case someone threw a burning cigarette butt in it. That's what I thought the logic was. May still be a logic behind that, but there's a more sinister purpose to it, is to simply limit the amount of garbage you can put in. The reason this is important and at all relevant is the fact that we talked, of course, about the individual upstairs, who I call Manila Ice because he's a flippo speed freak, and ice is the name of the drug of choice. And he's living like it's Manila upstairs. He's ordered just tons of packages, which, delivery men have arrived in unmarked vans. I mean, no marks, trying to deliver him packages, and I've refused to take them for him. I'm sure he's setting up a PCP lab up there. But at any rate, motherfuckers, he's flipped out on speed, to use a pun concerning his ethnicity. And what they do is they take things apart. Anyhow, as I said, I was frustrated all these years that my receptacle couldn't take much garbage. I've had to run up and down the street and basically stick my garbage in other people's cans because I don't take it out every week. And even if I did, it's not enough to fit one man's garbage. And so I do that because everyone else has larger cans because they live in apartments where the apartment can is like a community can or something. And so I've been getting away with this for a long time, and it's, just what I got adapted to. And then people, of course, throw shit in your can, and it sticks, and after a while it's just filthy. Of course, I never clean it out. And after a while, you just try not to think about it. There's filth in the bomb that's stuck there that's apparently eternal. Then when I took the garbage out yesterday morning, or the evening beforehand, I realized, wow, it's clean. Wow, it's sparkling clean. Did he hose this out in his mania? And then it was only when I started putting garbage into it, I realized, wow, it can hold twice the amount of garbage. I won't need to run up and down the street emptying my garbage into other people's receptacles this week. And that's when I realized, holy shit, all this time, it had a liner. It had a liner that was so thick that you would never dream. In a million years, I would never have dreamed of lifting its edge and finding the screws underneath. But he had done that, and he had stolen the liner, which was filthy. And he had replaced all the screws, so I could see all the screws. Just dozens of screws. There had to be well over 24 screws that he had unscrewed, re-screwed, after taking this filthy liner, which in the end, did me a tremendous favor and gave me a clean can with twice the space Just wild shit. Don't do drugs, kids. This is what speed does to motherfucking crackheads. So there you go. Yeah. So there was that, and aside from that, I made certain for my health, because as I said, after everything that happened with the prom night, which, like I said, what took place there would probably be enough to scare some of the blood boys straight. To use that in every sense of the word. And with the displays people were putting on. Not to mention, as I forgot to mention, we could hear gunfire with all the FBI warnings we had about a potential attack on prom night Wednesday. This was the first National Pride prom day, held in the Rotunda in a downtown financial district of San Francisco, which, as I said, is just this magnificent architectural anomaly. At any rate, all the while that the partying, the DJ, the lights, strobe lights, and all the loud noise, and I could still hear gunfire and grenades. No shit. Honest to God, fucking grenades outside, and just was waiting for them to approach before taking any action. There's nothing else you could do. It's not my job to go out and try and intercept these people, because it could be just a gang war. And fortunately, that's what it turned out to be all night, was just a gang war. Various gang wars going on outside of the rotunda within the financial district, because it's empty at night now, and I mean really empty, because traffic just can't get in. So it's just a wasteland. What the gangs are doing in that area, what they were fighting over, I have no idea. I have no idea what the economy of that would be. At any rate, that was going on in the background and certainly kept me alert, and which is why I had a stress cold by the time all this was over. So what I did all day yesterday was spent all day sleeping, and that was how I was able to retrieve the package sent by Aristides. So I woke up just in time to hear the doorman, and or rather the delivery man, ringing the doorbell and knocking and shouting, all three, very conscientious, very professional in what he should be doing, and waiting long enough for me to get there so they weren't stolen. Of course, I was so exhausted after I retrieved them, I just went back to sleep and then informed Aristides later. So all of that was like, that's, a normal day in Douglas Dietrich life again. So, all right then. With that, I will now turn it over to Aristides, and I will go mute. And God bless you all. You're all in good hands. One last check of the chat room, see if there's anything in particular I need to pay attention to. It looks like we're doing fine, but everyone is more than welcome to participate. We've got a good number of people now, but it will only increase as time goes on. And as Brendan exposed, there's far more than what any of you are seeing. So whatever you see as 16 concurrent viewers, as Brendan said, multiply that by not even 10, which would make it 160. It's more like multiply by 100 to get like 1,000. And you're more getting the accurate perspective on the number of people listening to us. Probably 500 of them are government employees of various nations around the world, and only a few normal Americans. Of course, there's no normal American that would be listening to this, but don't take that as an insult. Okay, with that, I'm going to go mute, and Aristides will segue over to Peter Moon, who will hold the stage for all of you, along with Heather Holman, and you're all in the best of hands. And I'll be back within a quarter of an hour at the longest. Okay? Thank you so much. And here's Ari.
All right. Here we go. Okay. Real quick, if we have Heather here, we have a guest. So, but we need you all to upvote the show as soon as you get on. It's important because it will counteract any downvotes that are placed that you cannot see, but they are placed by certain parties to keep us out of searches and whatnot. And you should slide over and make sure you're subscribed, and you can turn on the notification bell so you can be notified when the programs start, whether at the normal time or if we have to restart, which happens sometimes. That being said, I believe you need to have a YouTube account to do the upvoting. I was not able to with that one. But once you have an account, you can go under your account settings. For me, it's under Switch account, and you can create additional subordinate channel identities, which I suppose people normally use for different topics or whatnot, but they can upvote separately. So you can create channels to give us additional upvotes if you're so inclined. But if you do interact in the chat, make sure you do that just with your main, or with one. Pick one name. Don't bounce around with random channels that are empty, because sometimes creepy people come in with empty channels and bother. So, just don't be weird, and it'll all be fine. And I believe that's it. Heather and Peter, are we here?
Yes. Hello, Heather. Heather.
It's
Well,
Hi,
she might be on.
I keep myself muted just to be on the safe side. How are you?
Okay, good. I'm going to explain the context in which you're joining us, and hopefully will be joining us routinely. Last broadcast, I got up in the morning and I interfaced with Heather really for the first time. Of course, Heather is of keen interest because she actually liaised with Michael Aquino. She got him on the air and whatnot. And she has unique insight into Michael Aquino, which was revelatory. Plus, she's been sending me information, including a video, which the one you sent me, I haven't quite finished it. It's called Temple of Set and the
You're muted, Aristides. Oh, I'm sorry, Peter. I can't hear you.
Peter, are you there?
Yeah, we can't hear him.
Okay, Peter, if you can hear us, please let us know. Hopefully you can rejoin us soon.
No, isn't that fancy?
Yeah, shit happens. It does happen.
It always does.
Hopefully we'll be back soon. I can't speak to what he was speaking of. So, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. I sent him a couple videos. One of them was just an interview of Michael Aquino.
Yeah.
And I think that's the one he was speaking of.
Which one was that? Which video?
It was, I don't remember if it just, the icon, when you scroll, if you're looking for it, there's the icon and it's green in the background and it has this picture. It says, like, Peterman was saying, Temple of Set, and it was done by 3 years ago by just a guy, like, was doing interviews like everybody does, podcasts and stuff like that. I think the guy's name was Michael. And then he also had a co-host named Mike. So it was kind of confusing, following it, but it was a good interview, I think.
Okay. Did you post this in chat at all, or?
No, I will.
Oh,
I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It may, I don't know.
It's a long video.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long video, but I found it odd that it was 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm. And what was the program? What was it a video of? Or?
It was like just an icon, like Douglas has just his picture there, and then he's doing, and there's people talking like radio, but then there's no live,
Okay, so it's just an audio.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And I used to do those too, like when I did one interview with Sean Stone. That was the only interview I've ever done, and I have the video up, and it's got like an icon too. So Peter's probably trying to start.
Okay. The only interview you ever done at all, or the only interview with Aquino?
No, I didn't do that. I just what I did is I did an email, and he responded, and I responded back, and that was it. And then the hosts of the shows took over from that.
I see. Yeah, I just listened through that part where you're talking about that. So okay.
Yeah. It's a lot. You know what? You told me about slowing it down. When you can go back and listen, you can slow things down. That's very helpful.
Sometimes if it's hard to make out, oftentimes I speed things up just to get through them faster, but it really depends on how clear, how the people talk.
Yeah, I always have to listen to what I say because it doesn't make, I can't hear it clearly. Like I didn't know what I said, but same.
Right.
So how's everything going with Peter? Must be rebooting his computer maybe or something.
Maybe. Yeah. I'm suspecting a computer problem, and he will rejoin. I hope he can rejoin without. They can just easily rejoin the same call. If not, he will have to.
We'll have to restart it.
Douglas, no, not the whole thing. Douglas, like if he calls Douglas separately, he can like merge the calls or something. Hopefully, he doesn't have to do that. Because if he's still on listed on the call, he should be able to rejoin.
Yeah. It makes sense why Douglas would be suppressed and his numbers wouldn't be fair or consistent with what is really the case.
Sure.
I kind of feel like that way too, because it just doesn't seem like on TikTok, like one or five people saw my video. I just don't understand that. I mean, come on. That means it is like suppressed or stopped from being shared too much.
Yeah, who knows if these counts are accurate or what.
Right.
I'm just messaging Peter real quick.
That's good.
All right. Okay.
All right.
How's it? How else has it been? How's the weather?
The weather is
Arizona.
very.
Let me guess. It's hot and dry.
Hot. No, it's musky. It's humid.
What? In
monsoon.
Arizona, you.
Yeah, it's the monsoon.
Arizonans don't know about humidity. They just don't.
It's the monsoon.
Are we on the air again?
Yes. You've rejoined us.
Okay, did I get cut off or did everybody get cut off?
Just you, I think.
Right at the part when you were describing the name of the video.
Okay, God, okay, so I went for a little while. Okay, the name of this video, to get back, is Temple of Set in the Universe, Michael Aquino interview. The YouTube channel is capital D period with a yin yang symbol. And it's a very interesting interview because it goes into Aquino talking he sounds so suave and so, intellectual.
Robust.
What?
Robust.
What? What's the word?
Robust. Robust.
Robust?
Yeah.
No, not robust.
Okay, I didn't know. Wrong word.
Anyway, he's just very chatty, very open, and the interviewers are kind of like, oh, amazing. He is very honest in some ways about what he says, disparaging of certain people involved. He doesn't really name them too much, of certain techniques in magic. He talks about things that Douglas talked about, but not in the same detail. So it's very evident that everything Douglas is saying is true. And it's just a very good insight to the fact, not so much into Michael Aquino, because you're not really going to understand him by listening to this. But it's incredible insight with regards to the veracity of Douglas and what he says about this man, and that there's no way he could not have spent considerable time with him and learning from him. So I haven't finished it. I've listened to about an hour and 30 minutes of it. And the only reason I didn't finish it is because I didn't get a chance to. What'd you say, Heather?
I was going to say, I'm going to go ahead and post it in the chat right now, as long as everybody promises not to listen until later.
You can listen whenever they want.
I promise not to hang up and listen.
But
okay. I was going to do the public chat. Is that what you meant, Peter?
Say it again.
In the public chat, in the YouTube chat?
Whatever. It's fine.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fine.
Okay.
All I'm saying is it's not necessarily, people aren't necessarily going to have the appreciation level I do, because I've heard all of this information or the other things he doesn't talk about. So once you've read the book, you can't help but have a full appreciation of it, because it is just so, obvious, and it's quite matter of fact. And he talks about the various things he's involved in. And one thing I think he strikes out horribly on, which has really nothing to do with what I just said, is he starts talking about the fifth dimension, and he really doesn't know what he's talking about. It's not that he's not messing around with it, but he gives a very awkward. In fact, I think he was personally responsible for Wikipedia changing their definition of closed time-like curve once I put up my videos on it, a correct definition, easily explaining it. And Wikipedia immediately changed their definition because it was an embarrassing definition. So started off by saying one of the most disconcerting things in modern physics. And I even quoted that and pointed it out. And I wish I would have screenshot it, but anyway, they took it down. Or they changed, made a more intelligent presentation of it. But that had to be Aquino's direct doing. I think that they have these stooges monitoring everything we put up. Everything. Me, independent, even before I came to Douglas, constantly being monitored and constantly trying to minimize or torpedo it, one or the other. And I've just become used to it and found my own peace with it. And that's one reason I don't believe in monetizing a channel. And I don't understand why people do, because it's pennies, especially if you're being cheated out of it. But even if you're not being cheated out of it, 30, 50, that's a lot of people. If I can reach 50,000 people, I can sell a lot of books. But I'm talking about getting remunerated on YouTube. You're not going to get enough money. And then people become addicted to YouTube. Please like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe. And it's just not something I want to be dependent on in any way, shape, or form. To what degree it can be avoided, I don't know. I hope I never have to. I have my own channel, but I don't use it very much. I would like to put up more videos, but that's time consuming. The way you succeed on YouTube, especially if you put up a video every, so often, and you just put them up. And after 6 months, after a year, you'll start gaining a following, if it's at all interesting and watchable. But it's consistent repetition and adding to. It's not, seldom is somebody going to put up one video. And I suppose there's all sorts of techniques where you put up nothing but topical things, and you just try and milk topical things and try and get, like Israel war. Somebody's making noise. You want to go on mute. So anyway, I was talking about Heather, and Heather has had she's, given me a lot of insight already just by her our limited interaction together, because they say she's a somebody who dealt with Aquino. And I would also tell you, Heather, you had a question for me, remember?
I'm not sure. I have had a lot of questions for you,
Well,
but
I had a question very specifically on what if Douglas is mind control? What if he is influencing us? Because you said in one of the videos,
because the comment that yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
one of the videos said that Aquino, or said that this video is a psyop. It was an Aquino type, this is a psyop. And that's a classic technique of occultists. You go to hear a lecture, and then they're doing some secret initiation to initiate you into the cult. You don't even know it. That's the way such people operate. It is common. It is par for the course. So Heather was asking me if they basically Douglas was a psyop. And I would tell you, quite frankly, no, he's not. However, he has been in the, in the fire. He has been surrounded by psyop. He has been a victim of psyop. So it's kind of like asking a gardener or a forest ranger whose forest has suffered a fire, if he's an arsonist. He knows all about arson. In fact, he can scare you because he can tell you how arsonists work. Might make you think he is. That might not be the best analogy, but Douglas is somebody, and it's very evident from that video you sent me, not that I doubted it anyway, that he worked very closely with Aquino by reason of his assigned duty. And he was pulled into circumstances where he was obligated to witness things.
He's forced.
Yeah, obligated, coerced, because if he would have squealed at that time, it would have cost him his life. He had to pick his time and place to undermine Aquino, which he did very effectively. And this is so out of the bounds of ordinary experience for any human being that it makes it very hard to understand. Such as a question like, well, can we see a photo? Like, why would anybody want to see a photo? Who cares? However, everything Douglas touches is not within the bounds of ordinary experience. And the more you listen to him or get to know him, you find out that many of his experiences are paranormal on steroids, so to speak. And he doesn't push these on people. He will mention them occasionally, matter of factly. And these are the things that people think are, ooh, neat, and they're not neat. It's a matter of fact sort of situation. So he deals quite deeply in a lot of paranormal stuff. So it takes I guess you would say there's a certain Dietrich quotient that one needs to develop to learn and understand before one can not ask questions like, why isn't there a photograph? This whole issue with his supporter, we call sugar daddy, this could become a very sensitive issue in the future as as the station, as the show gets more popular, as his work gets more popular, I stumbled upon one of his locations by happenstance, general area, not the specific location, through a friend and who knew no idea that she was cluing me in on something. I'm not even going to tell you what it is. And I asked him, and he says, makes a lot of sense what you said. He's not going to tell me. But that's the synchronicity and the coincidences. Things come out when they're meant to come out. We don't need to push the issue. So, whatever. This is all, I guess what you'd say, rarefied territory. Heather, do you have any? Did I address your question sufficiently? Is this a psyop?
Absolutely, you absolutely did, and you answered it perfectly.
Okay. There are so many. Now he has insights into your experience that he suggests you might not be fully aware of with regards to your interaction with Aquino. But he doesn't, neither one of us want to push you because.
To let me know?
Well, it can come up gently in the context of everything we're dealing with.
If it has anything to do with the procedures that were done to me against my will and when I was a child, then I would want to hear it, definitely, yes.
Well, I'm just saying it could have to do with that, but it has to do with the fact that there are some things that you might have experienced, basically that you're not fully aware of, but that's really his department to talk about. But it's good to know that you're willing to.
We can go into it, and I can be fully transparent about it. I have no problem with being honest. I put myself out. I've told my stories publicly, and I put myself out there for reasons of my own. And I'm not looking for money or popularity, or I'm not trying to sabotage anything. So, if you think that it holds merit to discuss these things, then let's go. I know it'll help the numbers because it just gets better.
Well, yeah, this is not number motivated, but it's an interesting comment that you make, because when we get closer to the truth, and this has been a very slow unpeeling process with Douglas. It's like I met him over 10, what was it? I think 2013, around there. And it's been a slow process now it's like 11 years later, and we've only done one book, almost done two. Well, if you count the vampirology book, which will be redone, that would make three. But it's really been a long, slow process of putting together this information and processing it so that I can understand it, so that it can be presented to people, that they can understand it in a context which will be coherent, and accordingly have a very profound, meaningful response by the population at large, a meaningful impact. Now, I announced in my email that went out today to people who are subscribed to the Time Travel Education Center. It's a free subscription. And you go to timetraveleducationcenter.com, put in your email, and you will get announcements of the show and what we're going to talk about, or what I'm going to talk about, because Douglas will always do a separate, private, or arc of narrative of what he's going to talk about. But I mentioned two main things. Was that Alexander Dugin announced World War III, and and I sent the link. You can watch the video if you want. And Alexander Dugan is, of course, an acolyte, or was an acolyte of Michael Aquino. And I'll talk more about that when Douglas comes back on. And then also, Julian Assange was just released from custody and has now arrived as an independent citizen in his home domicile of Australia. So Douglas has had a lot to say about in the past. And it's interesting that he would be released simultaneous with Alexander Dugan's announcement of World War III. Now, when he comes out and says, I'm listening to this, and I said, he's announcing World War III. I'm going to send this out. I decided this today. I'm going to send this out.
Okay, I'm back. What happened? When did we get... What? Whoa.
Okay, welcome back.
Okay,
Back.
who's with us? Okay.
All of us.
Okay.
Aristides, Heather, and myself, and yourself.
Uh-huh. And...
I want to ask you to keep the messages down, because the blip, if it's necessary, send it on Facebook is better. So we don't have Skype going.
All right, Heather, if you get what he's saying. Now, I'm trying to figure out exactly...
Oh, I get it. I understand clearly.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. At any rate, are we on air? We got knocked off?
We're on air as far as I know.
What? Oh, okay. I've got a message from you that says off the air.
I had to go back on the air. I got cut off. It was only me that got cut off.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Okay. Great. Okay, so let's check live stream. And everybody, do respond if you can hear us. Everything seems to be fine.
Yeah, it's good. It's
okay.
good. It's there. I checked.
Okay.
So Doug,
yes.
It went off just as I was referring people to a Michael Aquino interview that Heather had sent me.
Oh.
And what I had said with this interview is that he says so many things, quite matter-of-factly, quite informatively, that after all I've done, it's very obvious that the things you told me about him are true. Because he not only mentions the calls of Cthulhu, but he mentions, even mentions the Simon Necronomicon and puts it down. He mentions various and sundry things that you've mentioned. I was going to ask the noises coming up. I don't know if that's you, Douglas.
No, not me. I'm not.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're making noise because it doesn't do anybody any good.
Yeah. So go on. Yes.
So anyway, what I announced that we're going to talk about are three major things. One is that I had heard today. It's a new video. Alexander Dugan has announced World War III. I was just going into that.
Right, okay.
And this is simultaneous within a day or two of Julian Assange being released.
Of course.
And then how this all parlays into not only Michael Aquino, but the art elect, or I should say the art elect, perhaps it is the art elect. But one thing I want to say is that while I'm processing all this, there's, I think I might have been in the video. I forget where I saw it, but it came to my attention. You might have brought this up before, that Tokyo Rose. Tokyo Rose, for those of you who don't know, was famous as being a broadcaster for the Axis during World War II. My father used to listen to her, as he said all the troops did that were in the South Pacific. And she was actually an American citizen.
Yes.
Who was coerced. She refused to be a Japanese citizen, and she was, forced to broadcast and so to be a naughty girl, and I don't know.
Or at least that was her defense. That was her defense when
She
she
didn't
was.
really say she was so naughty. But the thing is, she was found innocent. When she came home, they had to prosecute the hell out of her out of popular demand, not because she was guilty.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't guilty. And she had to spend some time in jail. But she married, this is the whole point. She married, when she got back to America, she married a Portuguese man,
Mm-hmm.
Portuguese descent, named Aquino. Aquino.
Yes.
Thought that was interesting.
Yes. I had not thought about that for many years. It was so many years since that was ever brought up that I had never thought about it until you brought it up now. Ever since Aquino had spoken to me about it years ago. That's incredible.
What did he say about it?
Just again that tried to claim that there was a connection with following my family all this time that went back to his relations, and understand that Aquino was very much in contact with an international mafia of his relations. One of his relations was a mafia godfather who was assassinated in España, in Spain, or Portugal, fairly recently, well, to me, but then again, I think in long terms, maybe about 10, 20 years ago. It was recent to me because it was well after the Presidio was shut down. The other, of course, relation of his was the president of the Philippines, President Aquino, who, of course, as is the tradition with Filipino presidents, stole everything that wasn't nailed down and ran off with all the gold in the treasury to escape to, in his case, I believe it was Thailand. This is like just part of this Aquino dynasty that's almost determined to prove itself as having some kind of bad blood or bad seed. So again, just to remind people, Aquino really, truly was something like a quarter Filipino, and never wanted it to be shared, was very embarrassed by that fact, ashamed of it, and would always try to instead say it was European Spanish, but mostly concentrated on his father being Italian and his mother being more Nordic German, and his mother's name being Betty Ford, not the Betty Ford of the Betty Ford Clinic, but Betty Ford in her own right, her own name, which is, as you might imagine, actually a fairly common name. It's not a very distinctive name, but she actually was an artist who studied with some very famous artists of the day. I can't remember who, I'd have to look it up, but she was a student who was like studying with artists on the level of recognition of like Picasso or something like that. I don't believe it was Picasso, but it was somebody on that level of international recognition. So he had brought up Tokyo Rose, and he had basically compared her to myself in some ways. Of course, that was well before I became a public informant. It might have been one of the triggers that ultimately inspired me to become one, because I simply found it not offensive in the sense that I find her offensive at all, but rather I found it offensive that he thought I would find it offensive. That's what might have ultimately been one of the original trigger mechanisms that led me to, as well as other compounding factors over the years that led me to betray him, or betray his trust might be a better way of putting it. But when it came to Tokyo Rose, my own understanding, I was never, shall we say, not that I ever dismissed her case. I feel that she is a profoundly important person in history, as was Axis Sally. But I just never had a personal enough interest or investment to investigate very much into her. I do have an impression that her defense was that she didn't want to be Japanese, quote unquote. And that was something that I don't, how would I say it? Obviously, the public demanded she be quote unquote punished, and she spent, from what I remember, quite some time in jail, just like Axis Sally. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Again, I never really followed.
I don't think it was any more than 5 years.
Okay. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, I never really. Again, I never really followed up. Of course, when I was at Revolution Radio, I would constantly be compared to Tokyo Rose, and it's just something that I was prepared for psychologically. So I just never really, again, paid much attention to it. It could have been that constant comparison that, again, provoked me not to follow up on her too much because I simply didn't want to know too much. It's a lot of times I try not to. When I try not to emulate or pattern certain people, I try not to find out too much about them. There were certain behaviors at Revolution Radio I had to assume simply by demand of Mike Ringley. So for those of you who will write me emails or communique saying, "Oh, Douglas Dietrich has calmed down since his Revolution Radio days" or something like that, uh, try and be realistic and understand. Look at the
It's
platform.
so unnecessary. It's
Thank you.
like, why are you being critical of Douglas? I've never once thought about that. I know
Thank
we
you.
have, but it's like, so what?
Uh,
He's getting listened to now. He's not getting the same resistance. Why, and why are you so judgmental of him in the first place?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's certainly that's appreciated. But what strikes me more is that people don't realize that the platform under Mike Ringley, he was demanding an emulation of screamers, of the angry man. It's a tradition that goes all the way back to Network, the movie. But
Saying that's what
yeah,
he wanted you to do. Because it
yes,
doesn't get ratings.
yes, that was the request, and at the same time, you quickly find yourself in this position where you can't win anyway. Then this same individual would come at me, just bitching and screaming and squealing like a bitch whenever he had complaints, which of course were just chronic and constant, and of course ultimately why I had to sever from the station. It was simply, of course, an untenable position. But all that being said, I never once paid to be there, and the one thing you can be assured of is that everyone else who was on Revolution Radio, including Sean David Morton, had to pay to be on Revolution Radio. And we're talking about hundreds of dollars a month. So these people were paying for that quote unquote privilege of being on. So this guy was making so much money and then demanding the listeners contribute money. It's appalling in every sense. But that's all that Tokyo Rose brings to my mind is that situation. But back to Peter. And of course, it sounds fascinating that you got taken into this direction. Obviously, Julian Assange has been released. I would be highly surprised if Australia wants him, but that's where they're sending him back to.
Hey,
And
he's a citizen of Australia.
yeah,
It's not a question of do they want him. He's a citizen.
no, I get what you're saying, but of course, in my perception, ultimately, when a nation really wants to get rid of somebody, they'll get rid of them. And if Australia tolerates him, they're going to. Oh, that's right. Brendan Zoget reminds us Mike Ringley was making cash selling survival seeds and doomsday prep militia shit. $300 for a pack of seeds. That's right. Correct. And all of this is quite funny when you reflect upon it. And it's just he was a crook. He was just a talk about a con man. But all such being said, we can get back to Julian Assange later, and I would hope that Australia would put him onto Nauru Island like he was some kind of illegal immigrant myself. The person, don't tell me he suffered enough, all this other crap. This person is an Aquino cultist. So, aside
As
from...
was Mike Ringley.
Yeah, as was Mike Ringley and Edward Snowden. These people do not deserve any sympathy, as was, of course, in his own right, Sean David Morton. Ultimately, he might have been scared about disturbing the master, but that fear soon melted in terms of his sense of competition with Sean Stone and all the rest of that. So all of this, of course, turn it back to Peter. It's memories that I think should become more obvious to people once they hear it. They should understand the context. The most egregious thing that I can remember, just so people have this reference point for the future and we can always return to it. The most egregious thing I can remember was the Russians shooting down the Malaysian Airlines. And the fact that Mike Gringley, who was heavily invested in Russia, and I could go into that in the near future. He was making some investments in Russia. That's where a lot of his money was going. And so he had a lot of Russian sponsors and backers. He was ultimately a Russian shell. And he demanded, of course, that I basically iterate the scenario of how the Malaysian flight was shot down, that I iterate that it was shot down by American mercenaries in Ukraine, or he truly would bar me from the platform. And so there's things I do that when people are paying me enough or I'm threatened from a position of stability that I will do. There's limits, of course. At that time, I really did not conceive of that being that big a deal. It was only later that I regretted it because he had asked me to reiterate that, at least in modified form, on Coast to Coast AM when I was a guest. So I became part of a Russian disinformation campaign at that point, and since that time have been doing my best, of course, to recover ground from whatever damage I did. But it's an example of just what kind of elements we're dealing with. Of course, always remember the only reason that I got on Coast to Coast AM to talk about anything, whether it was Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 or, which for those of you who don't know, had the cure for AIDS. It had hundreds of scientists on that plane. Every single AIDS specialist in the world, without exaggeration, was on that plane. And they all died. And they were on that flight to present the fact that they had the cure. And Putin had it shot down. Again, this was before I was even that heavily involved with the gay community in the sense that I am today. So imagine how I feel about that. It's the horror of what we do at some point in our lives. We try to contend with it later and do our best to try and
This is a
redeem
great
ourselves.
example. This is what you did is nothing compared to what goes on day in and day out in the media.
Yes, thank you.
With shows like Ancient Aliens, day in and day out, you're forced to toe the line,
Yes.
and it becomes they hook you on money. Well, like, God, if your boss tells you to do something on a regular job, you do it or you're going to lose the job. Now, usually, it's not anything. It's controversial. You go along with it. Go along with it. You got to go along with it.
Yeah.
And this is unfortunately what happens, and why it's best that we don't monetize this channel.
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
There's a certain liberation in that, and fortunately, I've been able to survive to the degree I do without being
Corrupted, compromised.
Well, yeah, because I've not been allowed into normal channels.
Yes.
Everything I've gotten into has been by word of mouth, and that's been limited to the degree it can be, which is now accelerated with my liaison with Douglas Dietrich into people's gray matter. They go, I can't think like that.
I still have to talk to you privately. I should be able to a few minutes after the show, if you're up and if you're available. We'll see, and if not, we'll talk on Thursday or Friday, the same day that I'll be talking to Brennan Zogit. I need to talk to Peter privately, as he said. There's some things to discuss. But back to Peter. Yes, by all means, thank you for that, Peter. It's very important to put these things into perspective, and Peter helps to also make these things accessible so that the average person can grasp them easier. And
These aren't average person; these are so that the more intelligent person can grasp.
True enough. True enough.
Because the people that are attracted to this are more intelligent, but intelligence is, we're limited in how much we can process and how we can process. We're not all artilects. But I want to say one thing about Aquino's interview. He stressed about how, he was accepted at West Point, but he didn't want to go to West Point. He preferred Santa Barbara because West Point, there were no girls. And he mentions this girls thing a few times. It's like overcompensation.
Thank you. Yes.
It's like Tom Cruise jumping on the couch saying how much he likes women.
Thank you.
And it's just, whatever that was, it was overcompensation. Also, the way Tom Cruise smiles and gets very, like, hey, all right. It's overdone. It's like not being able to relate to real people. And how could you relate to real people if you were as rich as he is, let alone without taking up his own psychological issues, without even touching on those? It's like, you're not in a position where you're normal.
Yes.
But anyway, so yeah, Aquino was, and he was disparaging of the Simon Necronomicon and basically saying it was a big scam.
Thank you.
Is to his credit that he said that.
It is. Always remember, of course, he's. There may be a bit of self-preservation here in the sense that it works with portals. And again, just to very succinctly summarize this for everyone, understand, of course, that you've got basically a test that was developed by Peter Levinda for students at the Temple of Set to see if it would be like one of these federal tests where they're asking you to fill in the blanks. And, like, say, for instance, when I applied for the California Highway Patrol, and there was a test that just killed everybody. There was a question on the test in particular that would knock people out of the running. What would you do when you're on a highway and you witness this car crash and this has happened, and they describe a certain scenario? And the overwhelming majority of people would just fail that question, whereas I scored high on the test. I always pass those kinds of tests easily. And of course, what I said was I would do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because the answer is, while you're taking the test, you're not a CHP officer. You're not supposed to do anything. You see an accident on the road, what would you do? You just keep going, and you get out of their way so that the real CHP can deal with it. That was my answer. And they told me out of thousands of students, I was the only one who got it right. Ever.
Well, that's actually a trick question.
Yeah, yes, but that's what the Simon Necronomicon is. It is, you're dealing with dark sorcerers. They're dealing with demons, and every demon you summon will tell you lies. You have to know how to ask questions. You have to be prepared for the devious, and of course, the fact that nothing is as it seems. So the Necronomicon, as writ by Simon, was supposed to be one of these extended tests, very much similar to a government test that's the size of a small phone book, where you basically figure out what's missing in the spell. So everything in the spells in the Necronomicon are missing elements. And so the idea of the students is that they're supposed to fill in the blanks as to what elements are missing from each spell. So it's a spell book that's meant to be a minefield. And then it got released and published, and everyone casting those spells, they're missing all the elements. And they wind up just opening portals that they cannot shut. So when I say self-preservation, Aquino is well aware of the fact that this is quickly spiraling out of his control, that people are opening portals and more anti-godly entities are infesting the earth, and the earth is becoming more and more uninhabitable. It's out of his control. So he would speak against the Simon Necronomicon, and but obviously it's kind of like the time when Richard Metzger, the neo-Nazi leader, was on some show where they were interviewing him, and they were talking about a bunch of neo-Nazis who got busted because they allowed some FBI shill to act as a mole and infest their organization. And he was saying, I told them not to let him in. I told them this guy was a spy. And that's when the interviewer said, which shows how much they listen to you. And that's my response to Michael Aquino. Nobody listened to him. Everybody kept buying the book. Everybody keeps buying the book. It's been on the shelves forever, and you can still get it anywhere, practically any store you walk into. So his warning was never taken by anyone. It goes to show something. Not quite sure what. Of course, like he said, it's stupidity that will kill us all. He, of course, was an intellectual snob, but I could see his point. Back to Peter.
Yeah, but okay, so now I'm going to go into the Alexander Dugin interview.
Yes, thank you.
And the reason I discovered it is because a martial artist posted it on my timeline, and he was saying, if you listen to what this guy says, it's true. The facts are true. And I said, oh God, he doesn't know who Alexander Dugin is.
Oh, Jesus.
This is a guy who lives in Asia. He's an Englishman who lives, or an Australian who lives in Asia. And I said, I didn't say anything. I said, I'm not going to engage this at all. But I listened to it. And I would say, and I'm listening to this, and he's talking about Russia is now releasing nuclear weapons to all these other countries, which I take with a grain of salt.
Thank you.
But nevertheless, he says this, and then he says, we're taking off the mask. You know, we have been acting like this politeness that needs to take place in diplomacy, but we're taking off the mask. And I said, oh my God, he's announcing World War III. I'm going to announce this on the email as World War III. And then he says it. After I noticed it, he then says it. Yeah, this is World War III. Yes. And you know, no more Mr. Nice Guy with Russia, because he's talking about the hegemony in the West that's controlling things. Now, he talks a lot about the deep state in America. And see, this can be very disarming, because if you listen to any mainstream media, well, particularly the CNN type media, they'll say deep state, and even if they don't roll their eyes, they are rolling their eyes when they mention deep state, like, oh yeah, conspiracy. The Fox News will mention deep state, and they will say it with conviction, but they're not interested in the deep state, because they're not. They're just, it's a talking point for them. They're not going to get serious about it. They'll talk about Epstein, but they won't get really serious about it, because they'll use it as a talking point, as rhetoric. Now, because it appeals to the base, and everybody knows there's a deep state anyway. So when Dugin talks, he talks with talking points that other media people won't talk. So therefore, it gives him a great deal of credibility. Like if you go and you talk to a bunch of Arabs that have only played soccer their whole life, and they don't know anything about American football, and you talk to them about American football, and they'll say, oh, it's stupid, oh, it's just, blah, 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 blah. And they don't even know what they're talking. They don't even understand the game. They don't understand it.
Right.
But then, if they can talk like they understand the game, then, hey, you're on the same wavelength. We know what you're talking about. And then they criticize the game or the economics of it. Then you see they're at least talking to you. Mm-hmm. Well, this is what Dugin does. He understands the political environment of the politics of the United States. He also says that Democrats and Republicans are both controlled. Many points that are really not points of contention. And this is probably why this martial artist said, yeah, well, these facts are facts. What he doesn't say, well, it gets, in other words, he's unusually astute at talking points in certain situations. That's a positive for him in terms of pulling the wool over your eyes. In other words, he's sharper than his opponents. And then he's talking with this guy, Escobar from Brazil.
What a names. Same name as the great drug lord. Go on.
Yeah, no, I know. What's his name?
Common name, but nevertheless.
Yeah, Escobar is being also interviewed by him. He's, is it Pedro Escobar? This guy spends part of his time in Europe, and he Pepe Escobar.
Pepe
Escobar. He also has a lot of, he has a lot of information, and he rolls his eyes at the Europeans. These guys are well informed. Are they very misplaced and misguided? Most definitively. But where Dugin really gets really disarming is he's talking about how, look at, Russia has recently reconnected with Korea, reconnected with Iran, reconnected with Hezbollah and the Houthi and all these things because, we're fighting the hegemony in the West, who's going to undermine everybody, not just us, blah, 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 blah. So he then says, World War III is here, we can't avoid it. He says, the only person who can't avoid it is Donald Trump. He says, if Donald Trump wins the election, then, this can, because he will recognize and blah, 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 blah. So that is his, it seems to be a very, in other words, World War III is here, but the only way you can avoid it is to elect Donald Trump.
There you go.
Which is interesting because what does that mean? What does it really mean? The most troubling thing about, then he mentions Taiwan and the Ukraine, but he doesn't really get into those. And it's very obvious that he's calling the shots.
Yes, thank you. That's an important point.
Yeah, and
by the way, when Peter says it's obvious that Dugin is calling the shots, Peter's not just referencing his control over the interview. Peter's referencing his influence over Vladimir Putin. So his textbook on geopolitics is used as the textbook of the military universities in Moscow. Those people who try to claim that he's somehow out of the loop are out of their minds. Back to Peter.
Yeah, so he's also stating that, what do you say about Afghanistan? Afghanistan, that had to do with Julian Assange.
Okay.
Because, so they're doing this great service to the globe. And he does say some cogent points, like he says, the problem with the Western hegemony, particularly the Democrats, but it applies to all America, they don't see what's going on in the world. They're clueless. And I think he's quite right in that regard. And Pepe says that the Europeans don't see what's going on. And they're all lost. And he said in Europe, all they can see is Mussolini hanging from the marketplace and the guillotine. This is the way they think in terms of revolution, in terms of political change. He says they kind of have a stilted thinking. Now, if he's accurate, maybe that's what these people want to see. Maybe they'll need to be given that. But he's right when he says, the deep state is only interested in perpetrating itself, and they treat everybody else like a nuisance. And that they're in a much more serious debacle than they realize. Just like the Democratic Party right now is in a much more serious situation than they realized with the election, because they don't even appeal to the common man, let alone the people that they need to get the votes. They don't appeal. They just say we're better. Israel does the same thing with their arguments. We're right. Now let's have a discussion. We're right. Let's have a discussion. My question here, before we get into Assange, is Dugin, Trump is, there's no question that Trump will deal with things differently than Biden. He will deal with them much more distinctly. And he will talk to Putin, and he will talk to North Korea, and he'll be criticized by the Democrats because, oh, you're talking to these remember these. Now, what gets worked out becomes a secondary issue, which I can't begin to evaluate. Because Douglas has always said that, Russia has its ties into Trump. Putin is creating intimidation, warring with everybody. And Biden is fighting him for the Ukraine. And this is not incorrect, because this is where the chips are, or where the gas is.
Yes.
The
neon.
The neon gas to keep the hygienic standards of the artificial intelligence chips. So this is of U.S. national interest. Now, Trump will also act in the national interest with regards to these chips. I don't think he's going to give them to Russia. I don't think he's going to concede this to Russia, just because he's so supportive of Taiwan. But he would also probably, if I were him, I would expect him to, or if I can think like him, if I were him, I never would have run for office. But what he could possibly do is say, okay, Vladimir, we will concede the Ukraine, but these chips remain our asset, even if it becomes a United States base there to protect the area, and say, we're going to preserve these chips. Now, and then Putin can save face and say, okay, this part of Ukraine is yours. Now, that's just a speculation or a possible throw out. I'm not saying it's the best solution, but and how bad does Putin want those chips? The most amazing thing to me, like they kept on this interview about when Aquino would say something, amazing, amazing, amazing.
Who kept saying that?
The interviewer, interviewing Aquino. It's just.
That would be Sean David Morton or someone else.
Oh, no. It wasn't Sean David Morton.
Okay.
No. Anyway. The what's amazing about Putin and Kim Jong-un is that these guys were on their deathbed, if you can even believe 1/10 of what the media told us.
Right.
These guys were on their deathbed. Kim Jong-un had disappeared. His sister had taken over. And
That's
now
right.
he looks reasonably healthy, if not robust. Heather, there's a word for robust. She used the word robust earlier.
Okay.
Um,
There's still some controversy on that. Some people say he does not look well, but the fact that he's walking at all. But go ahead.
He looks robust comparatively to what he was, and the same with Putin when they show him. You know, it's like, and just the rhetorical positions he takes are not those of a weak man. So, and the amount of political capital he's gained since he almost died is astounding for somebody who's dying. His astrology said he was on his deathbed, and he's defied that. So the question is, you know, are these clones? Are they propped up? What the hell are they? It's disconcerting. So in all of this politics, to me, Ukraine and Taiwan are the key components. And you have to evaluate Trump, Dugin, Putin, Kim Jong-un, and China, and Japan is the one everybody tends to overlook. This is the politics of true artificial intelligence. And what role does the Artilect play in all these machinations? Into this, we have the simultaneous releasing of custody of Julian Assange. And this guy has been incarcerated for a long time. They're releasing him as time served. What's interesting is the United States relentlessly wanted him because he's pleaded guilty to violating the Espionage Act, which he says, I'm only saying this so that you can have your conviction so I can be let go. I don't have to spend any more money. I can let go and just be done with this and be free again. And it's, you know, in other words, the battle is not worth the long-term goal of getting the hell out of custody. And the United States gets a feather in their hat for having a conviction, and if anybody else does this, they'll get in trouble. And he's being convicted, or he's admitting guilt over some Espionage Act when he basically, Chelsea Manning gave him the information. It's really doesn't stand up what the lawyers say to a genuine conviction, because, you know, he's not Espionage Act. He's not even an American, you know. He's an Australian who got this information out of Chelsea Manning. So, like, what did the United States get? And this is a question I have for you, Douglas. What political capital did the United States get by saying, okay, we got a conviction, go away? One thing they got was they avoided a trial, which could have embarrassed them further. But can you add anything else to what the United States, what political capital they got by releasing him instead of taking him in and browbeating him and putting him in jail forever?
All I can say is that he's such a repulsive character to me, and I'm so disappointed that I won't be able to stomach looking at it for a few days yet. I'm going to need some time to digest it, because, to tell you the truth, I can't see any. Obviously, we can see the United States has, in a sense, forced him to sign a confession. So because they've at least forced him to sign a confession in terms of conspiracy, he's basically identified himself as a foreign agent. Now, one could say that's what he always was because he was born in Australia. And I always have to make a point to people who just don't get it that there is no freedom of speech in Australia. They do not have a Second Amendment. So, and this is like somehow beyond most Americans because they think that anyone who speaks English, that they come from a country that must be just like us. Australia started off as a fucking penal colony. And when it comes to England and Canada, these are dominions of the Crown or members of the Commonwealth, which means Canada is a step above Australia. For those of you who don't get it, Canada is a dominion, which puts it on a status higher than Australia. Australia is a penal colony. It's no longer a penal colony per se, but it's basically its roots. And those roots are not forgotten. So when it comes to like when our man, our boy, I'll call him that just to be as offensive as possible in his case. I'm trying to remember his name, Abdul Karim Haq, when he went to England and he said they put him in a waiting room for an entire day with all these other colors. And I said, was there any whites in the waiting room? And he said, oh, just one. He was from Australia. I said, shit. I said, as far as the Brits are concerned, he's just a white nigger. That's why they put him in the room with all the colors to wait all day. So when it comes to the opinion that the Brits have for Australia, it's exceptionally low. So when it comes to what was going on with Julian Assange, just so people remember, he was part of a psychiatric cult that had a heavy stake in Asian Indian cosmology. And so the name of the cult was Shanti Nikotwan. There's no way you're going to fucking find it because nobody can spell it. And Shanti Nikotwan was this named after this town in India where the original guru came from. And so of course it was all whites. And it was run by a bunch of people who combined it with UFO cult mythology, where they were all going to be airlifted or space lifted by Aryan-type aliens, Nordic Aryan-type aliens. And therefore, everybody in the cult had their hair permanently bleached for life and underwent a Michael Jackson-style melanin treatment. So their skin was bleached, so they'd look really fucking white. Your average Australian, by the way, usually because they're raised in Australia, tends to have quite the tan. It's rather unavoidable, unless you're our man Nemo Albano and you're just indoors all day. But when it comes, or there's Australians who live underground, quite literally, they do. There's like hundreds, if not thousands, of Australians who literally live underground, and that's a whole different story entirely. But they live in certain areas where just if you go to the surface, it's just uninhabitable. So they live underground in many areas of Australia. Far more than Americans are aware of. But he was a product of artificial bleaching and the like, and for this reason, a lot of people, like professional acquaintance of mine, they mistook him for a Swede. They thought he was Swedish. And so when he got on a show once and was speaking, they thought he literally projected onto him a Swedish accent, which is not what he has. He clearly has an accent, but it's actually originally Australian. Now, when it comes to just that aspect of his life, he cut his teeth hacking communist Chinese websites and their internet, which takes a certain level of skill because they have a very different internet. It's operates differently. And because of that, he caught the attention of U.S. intelligence and was drafted and recruited. And through the cult network connection, which was ultimately, Shanti Nikotwan was a branch office of the Temple of Set, he came under direct command of Michael Aquino. And bear in mind, all these kids had been on drugs all their life while growing up and had been subjected to nonstop sexual abuse. So, you're talking about a kid this idiot, Assange, and don't feel any pity for him. At some point in your adult life, you have to take responsibility for what you choose to do. And he chose to become a triple agent for the Russians and the Communist Chinese and the cults of the kings of Edom. There is no good that has ever emerged from this individual. He's just a turd. He, of course, grew up being butt fucked and raped orally, just sucking cock and taking up the ass as far as he can remember. That's all. That's his childhood memories. That's all he grew up with. That and being drugged up to the gills, so that none of it mattered to him anyway. So it's not like he suffered in all this. He was anesthetized. He was narcotized, anesthetized. He was numbed throughout. Some people would pay to have a life like that. At any rate, so this piece of shit wound up operating against the United States, and half the Western world considers him some kind of god, this greatest martyr since Christ, and they're idiots. So when it comes to the United States, they should have brought him here, and they should have fucking publicly executed him, is all I can say. When it comes to all these other, I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg. I haven't even gotten into the negative shit yet. So all I can say is that when it comes to this idiot, I don't know why the United States gave up. I guess just by having him kind of sign the confession and just washing their hands of it, there's some advantage. But as far as I'm concerned, the biggest advantage would be that they don't look like they're the evil empire. They don't look like they're mean. Because half the Western world out there worships this son of a bitch, and they think he's the second coming of Christ, and they think that if he were to be taken to the United States and then imprisoned, he becomes a lifetime martyr. And then, even though people would quickly forget about him, that's the beauty of locking somebody up, like Terrence Nichols. Who the hell remembers Terry Nichols, the guy who was the co-bomber with Tim McVeigh? Nobody remembers him. You lock somebody up in a concrete hole, everybody forgets. You're going to have a small coterie or cult of groupies, and they can preach all they want, and they'll get nowhere. So they should have just brought him back and locked his ass up. Granted, guaranteed this will bite him in the ass. But they thought they don't want to look like the blue meanies and shit from the Yellow Submarine, so they'll just let him go back to Australia. But again, the question really is there. It doesn't matter that he's an Australian citizen. Does the Australian government want to be saddled with this son of a bitch? What do you do with someone like that? This isn't like Edward Snowden going to Russia, where he becomes an asset and they just keep him at gunpoint whenever he gets on media and he just parrots whatever they want him to say. In Australia, this fucker is going to be loose. So when it comes to what is going to happen next, I'll just have to take some time to digest it, analyze it a bit further. But those are my thoughts for now. Back to
my point is that they may not want him as a citizen, but they need a pretense to de-citizenize him or to get rid of him because he is a citizen. So it's not like, they have to create a ostensible reason to, get rid of him. And maybe they will. It also depends on what he wants to do with the rest of his life. Is he going to shut up and just try and live normal as he can, or is he going to continue to do WikiLeaks? That would be my, question.
Yeah. I mean, all I could say is I hope not. If he instantly goes back to doing WikiLeaks, you'd think at that point they'd have to take some kind of action. At that, I mean, like XPD, as the Brits used to call it, expedient demise. Since he's an Australian citizen, the Americans would call on the Commonwealth to do something, and of course the Commonwealth would oblige, I would presume. I would hope he just isn't that stupid And if he is, then we'll just see how much damage he can do before something is done. Of course, then you're confronted with a problem. At that point, he becomes a martyr once he's taken out. So this is why it's so much better to have just brought him to the United States, locked him up forever, and everybody in general would have forgotten the son of a bitch. This is going to bite him back in the ass, and guaranteed it all stems from the Temple of Set and the power of the Aquino cult and the power of the NSA that they have. They would be the ones benefiting from anything this son of a bitch does. And he's ultimately their asset because they are cooperating with Alexander Dugin, which is why Peter Moon segued from Dugin to Assange. It's not simply the timeliness of it. Think of the synchronicity. Dugin is coming out now full guns because of Assange. Assange is on the loose. Dugin is stepping up. And think about back in the day when I had to meet Alexander Dugin through the machinations of Michael Aquino. And back then is when they were just grooming Julian Assange. This is an incestuously connected network. And when one asset is being released, Dugin then comes out and says, World War III is here. It's now, granted, they say that every day on Russian media, but for him to come out and then say that in a way that it can be heard by the West, again, in a more potent manner, in context of everything, people really need to begin to appreciate the gravity of the situation. Of course, I take Dugin's promotion of Donald Trump as every reason not to vote for Donald Trump myself. But like I said, I've pointed out the things that Donald Trump has accomplished, and I've pointed out the fact we're still following pretty much, in fact, almost slavishly, we're following Donald Trump's foreign policy program because what he changed in terms of America's stance towards the world is irreversible. His impact, however, has been, he's delivered an impact. I don't know if any further impact he can deliver will be beneficial at this point. What he did was, as far as I'm concerned, beneficial in terms of foreign policy, simply because otherwise we would have been faced with just an acquiescence, a surrender of the world to the Communist Chinese Empire. You can thank Trump for preventing that. If there's any credit that will be given to him, as they say, it takes 100, 200 years before people really appreciate historic figures and context. That's what people will credit him for. So he will be credited for that. Communist China is starving right now in terms of talent, technology. It's why it could go either way. They could attack Taiwan, because that's their only hope of ever catching up with the West technologically, but that's also a self-destructive hope. It's not so much that they would benefit from taking Taiwan because the technology will be denied them, but through destruction of assets, etc., and no doubt it will eat them up from the inside. The Dietrich Artelect will either escape or act as an intestinal worm, or both. In fact, most certainly both. And they, on the other hand, will simply be doing this to deny the West any technology. Of course, what it's going to do is destroy the world economy. But the Communist Chinese may feel they have no choice. But it brings us back to what I said in the last episode, that the Americans considered invading Taiwan in World War II, and they gave up because they realized it was impossible. They could not do it. It was not a tenable operation. So Communist China is hardly going to fare any better. But such being said, all of this changed due to Donald Trump in that regard. Credit where credit is due. There was no other president that ever would have dreamed of doing what he did. Such, however, having been said, we just have to take into account that if the enemy holds faith in him at this point, Dugin and Putin, that's not necessarily a good sign in his favor. So back to Peter. Yeah.
Well, sometimes a character can stand out in history and be the right thing for multiple situations. In other words, I see. I don't know what the Putin apologists will basically say that Putin is, trying to save, basically MAGA values.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
Yes.
He's there to save MAGA values, to get rid of the transgenders and the homosexual influence. And I will tell you this: if you go and you go survey 100 people and ask them what they think about this LGBTQ plus, they'll think if they speak to you candidly, they'll think it's a bunch of bullshit. They'll say that it's really crazy, particularly with the athletes. But they'll also be afraid of voicing their true opinion. Now, if you talk to many gay people, some, if not many, will be aghast at all of this political stuff done in the name of LGBTQ, whatever, because, it becomes too much. It's like this political control mechanism. It's not like, number one, the majority of people are LGBTQ plus. They're not. They're a minority. But whatever it is, that's just a comment. Nor is it a statement against LGBTQ pluses. It's just, what I'm saying is people are not, they feel politically bullied on this point. That's been my experience anyway. But they're also reluctant to say it. People do not, we're in an environment where people do not want to offend politically, or don't care if they offend because they're so outraged. On my neighborhood YouTube, there was a girl who was just aghast. She was a black girl with tattoos, and it showed this guy going in. She went into, it was like to apply for a job. I think it was a deli or something. And he says, no, we can't take your kind. Not because she was black, because of the tattoos. But he was obviously profiled as a white racist, for lack of a better word. Because, he didn't want a girl with tattoos working there. Probably, particularly if she was black. And she probably had 2 strikes against her. And she was just totally beside herself. Like, she could not understand. I mean, she thought she was being so discriminated against. And what I would advise anybody, without making a judgment on tattoos, I would say that getting tattoos on yourself makes you less employable than if you didn't have any tattoos, depending on where you're working. There might be some places that would prefer you have tattoos. But it's like, that's not even perceiving how people are. It's not about fairness. It's about, I know you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I mean, painfully so. Of course, I mean, I'm so cynical. I see so many people just caked in tattoos. Their entire epidermis, their skin cover is blue. It's amazing to me that anyone holds any standards anymore regarding that. There was a time where you couldn't get into the military when you had tattoos. You would get them afterwards, is what people would do. But people, by that I mean after you were in the military. I mean, once you were in the military and had training and they invested money in you, it would take a lot for them to get rid of you because they.
were more popular with servicemen than they were with anybody else.
Yes, well, prisoners. That was the other problem, is that most people, which is probably what this man identified her as. He probably, if he said, we don't want your kind around here, which I've heard white men say before. I remember when I was at the farmer's.
I don't think he thought she was a prisoner. I think it's just like, it just didn't meet his, his own ideal at all. It's just, he just, I don't want to mess with this,
Could be, but I'm thinking back to one time I heard that was we used to have a farmers market in San Francisco. I don't know if that stuff's still going on. I'm certain it was killed by COVID and may have reemerged slightly, but I've never looked into it because everything's changed downtown. Like I said, they made it quote unquote a walking environment, which just killed everything. But when it came into when it was extant. When my mother and I when she was alive and uninjured and we could do things like that, we went to the farmer's market a lot. And one of the things we noticed was one time a young black boy was stealing something from one of the stands. And these white people at the farmer's market tend to be from the rural areas of California. So we're talking red zone California, heavily Republican, heavily armed, heavily politicized in the direction of the right political end of the spectrum. And so he responded, of course, by, we don't want your kind around here, while he proceeded to try and chase him. So I heard that being said. It sounds just like the way this guy is saying. It's almost like, he identified by that. He didn't mean we didn't want your kind as black kids, because obviously black kids are all over downtown San Francisco. He meant he wouldn't, if he didn't want to deal with that kind, he wouldn't come there at all. Rather, he meant we don't want to deal with your kind. You're a criminal. We don't want to deal with you as criminals. That's how I took it when I heard what this guy was saying. I mean, I take into account what you say as well, but that's what I'm reminded of. But at any rate, just so people know, of course, back in the old days, you were identified generally as a criminal if you had tattoos. His service didn't even matter. They would just generally think if you were in the service, they would just view you as a criminal as well. That was the way before World War II, and that was the way after World War II. It took like Rambo and this whole like propaganda campaign that came along with the Gulf War to turn the military into these gods that people worship, that they're all angels who have come to save us all. So either way, that having been said, when it comes to tattoos, yeah, I know what Peter's talking about. At the same time, I'm so cynical that, I see people with tattoos everywhere, and I really hate it in the porn industry because I don't find them attractive. And when I'm cruising for porn, I hate to see especially these chicks who are pretending to be young in these fantasy role-playing. That is a normal part of all the porn. It's just endemic to it. It has nothing to do with pedophilia at all. It's just role-playing that goes on in porn. Is all these kids are pretending to be, ladies are pretending to be high school kids and the like, and they dress with pigtails and the like, and it's just role-playing. But they're all tattooed up the ass, and it ruins the effect. Of course, these days kids are getting tattoos, when they're like teens. So it just doesn't look good. It really doesn't. Don't get tattoos. All that being said, they can look attractive if they're very small, very strategically placed. You don't need to overdo it. And, 2 or 3 small, strategically placed. Don't go beyond that. And don't get the tramp stamps. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, those are the tattoo right across the spine above the butt crack that the chicks get. So I guess that's all you see when you're approaching them from behind or something. It's called a tramp stamp. Please don't get those. There's some women it's unintrusive, but the majority, it's just stop getting them. It's just, and they all turn to shit as you get older anyway, unless you get them from Japanese tattoo masters or something like that, who do them so that they last for life with brilliant colors, to the point where the Yakuza gangsters, when they die, they have their skin donated to museums. The tattoos most people get are not going to... they're not going to be like that. They're just going to turn into a blue mess the older you get. So such being said, turn it back to Peter.
Well, if I mean, I've never even been interested in getting tattoos personally, but when I think of the psychology of tattoos, it's like you'd want to get a tattoo to impress somebody or create an effect on somebody. You want to get a reaction out of them. My daughter pointed out to me there was some singer, and she was, I don't know, it came up in the conversation. I mentioned his tattoos. She says, "Oh, he got those so he could be macho. He wanted to appear macho. He was a singer, a good voice, but he thought that having tattoos would make him a badass of some sort,
or at least look it."
And, yeah, it's okay, that's
Silly.
It's okay, all right. So like the tattoo defines your personality or something. It's okay. I mean, it made me think he was the opposite, in fact, once I heard that story.
Thank you. Yes.
That's like overcompensation. But if I wanted to create an effect, the best thing I could think of is something like a Halloween party, or just to pull the wool over somebody's eyes, which I really wouldn't care to do, is get a henna tattoo. It's not permanent, and you can create the effect. You make the effect, and nobody necessarily knows that if it's done well, they don't even know that you're pulling the wool over everybody's eyes. So, and then you've got the best of all worlds. You've created the effect, and you can change it if you want. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, that's what the Blood Boys do, and that's what my son does for photographs, including of myself. Yes, I've had the henna tattoos before, and yes, those are fine. I mean, they serve the purpose, just like Peter says. Oh my God, just get something that's temporary and express yourself.
They don't necessarily think it through, and I'm notoriously good at that strategy, which I'm very impressed my daughter when she was probably in kindergarten, and she come home with her lunch is like half eaten, and her mom would get all over her case. Why didn't you eat your? And she says, "Mom," I said, look, just if you don't want to eat it, I understand. I said, when I was young, I wasn't that hungry sometimes. I said, just instead of bringing home half a lunch, throw it out. You come home and it's empty, and she won't know the difference.
Good. There you go. Yes.
She goes,
yes.
Thank you, Daddy. Thank you. And it's like, it solved the whole problem without any issue. And then one time she was, being kicked out of her mother's house, and I was gonna, they just had it with each other. So I said, and so she didn't want to move because she still lived with me. She said she didn't want to move. She was just being stubborn. And it came down to a debate over, she wanted to take her mother's sewing machine with her, which was a nice sewing machine. And my daughter was a better seamstress than her mom, who was good, just natural ability. So, and her mother wouldn't budge. And I'm in between it, and I went over to her mother, and I said, look, just let her say if she can have it, and let it sit there. She's not going to use it. And after about a week, you just come over and you get it, and it'll solve the whole problem. She says, that's a good idea. And it worked. It got her to make the move.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, and maybe this is what Julian Assange's issue is. You're giving somebody a bone without, giving up anything. So if you want to get a tattoo, I guess you have to state the reason to yourself and and just go to it. Now, my friend Lola, who's passed away, and she had a tattoo parlor at Montauk. Her and her daughter were my only friends at Montauk, practically. I think I had a couple more. But because they perceived everything out there, Lola, she had a very successful tattoo parlor in New Jersey. And she was like, I think on her deathbed, although she recovered from that, and got legislation through the Congress to make tattoos legal, because they were illegal. She was a pioneer in tattoo legislation. But she told me that she would not get anybody tattooed unless she talked to them, like psychologically.
Thank you.
And she said people always regret their tattoos. That's what she said.
Thank you. Yeah, certainly my father did, my legal father. My biological father didn't have any that I know of. But anyhow, yes.
What's his regret about it? What did he say?
He just thought that he was mistaken constantly for a criminal. He just thought it was the stupidest thing he had ever done. And his tattoos were only on his arms. Both his arms were sleeved, as you would call it. Both his arms were covered in blue, so to speak, inked. Of course, these were brilliant tattoos that were done in Asia that lasted for a lifetime. But still, he always regretted getting them. And I had to normalize it for him by, even one time we were at a doctor's office, I had a female doctor explain to him, that everybody's getting them now. There's nothing to feel, any regret about. Everybody has them. But yeah, such being said, he would rather not have had them. Object lesson there for everyone. And so there we have that. I mean, I certainly don't.
I think that today, it doesn't have the stigma it did, say, in the 50s and 60s.
Yes.
It's, because so many kids have them. So many of my friends at football have them. They're a different generation.
Yes.
So it's different. But then again,
But by the way, just think of the time travel effect. Just to put this into some perspective for people, what Peter was saying about time travel, if you were to go back, think of the difficulties you would face with language. And I brought up also the law. If you're a female with tattoos and you went back just into the 20th century, the early 20th century, any female with a tattoo would be instantly persona non grata. The only people who are female who would have tattoos in the concept of the Western world and would be prostitutes. There is absolutely no other female on earth that would have a tattoo. But again, just a little tangent here on the time travel. I remember one time there was an expert in Victorian England who was kind of playing a theater game with the audience about, what would you do if you were transported back in time, all of you, and you're trying to find Jack the Ripper, and you're going through Elizabethan England, Victorian England, and there was a example he brought up of a men's club. And of course, everybody in the audience is thinking of going in as a group. And if they brought in the woman with them, they would immediately be evicted because the fact that the audience could not get what he was saying, that you can't bring a woman into the men's club. And it's not like you can't bring a woman into the men's club in a casual sense. He means it in a sense where this is a violation of all social norms. So when they still kept trying, he was telling the audience you'd all be evicted at that point, and the police would be called because you'd all be presumed to be lunatics, just maniacs who were out of your minds. That would be, it's so beyond the norm that the very fact that somebody would even attempt it would show that they're on the level of somebody who's stark raving mad. That's how different these concepts can be if you go back in time or go forward in time. The world changes so completely that always remember you're not just a product of your environment, but a product of your time. And that's something where time travel can't help you with. You need to be prepared, or there's no point in going at all. I mean, they once took this into account with the TV series where they're trying to go back to the time of the Hindenburg crashing. And one of the people on the team, they said, oh, we have to bring you. And he's a black guy. And he's like saying, I can't go back to that time. There is nothing there for me where I could even function. How am I supposed to help you? I won't be allowed in anywhere. And of course, he had to go with them and be a baggage man. And or the time that, there was this one TV series written with input from Gene Roddenberry and other luminaries, where it was the Bermuda Triangle series. I'd have to look up the name of the series. Didn't last long, but it dared to go places nobody else would go. But one of the more milder things that happened in that series was the black guys with the ship, and when the ship gets lost in the Bermuda Triangle, small ship, small crew, then they meet up with a bunch of British privateers, and one of the British privateers says to the white guy, who was the captain of the small ship, "You can bring your slave with you." And that's when the black guy has to fuck it all up, because he comes with the, "I'm not a slave!" And it's like, dude, you've just traveled, through a time warp. You're stuck with people who you should realize, just go with it. But no. And then so the white guy has to think real quick and says, "You see, he saved my life once, and I granted him his freedom." And that's when the pirates say, "Oh, okay." And then they tolerate his coming in as an equal, barely. But again, this is like, you've got to really think about things. If you can't take time travel casually, it's or culture. So back to Peter with all.
Well, thinking things through thoroughly,
Yes.
and all of their ramifications.
Thank you, including tattoos. Yes.
And that's one of the biggest problems with the Israelis' position.
Yes.
They're not thinking things through
Thank
with
you.
all the dominoes. They're not, because if they did, they wouldn't do it this way.
Thank you. Well, bear in mind, they've never had to think like that before.
Well, exactly. So it's like they're being asked to change. And whatever you want to say about Judeo-Christianity, it has been the dominant ruling meme on this planet, in Western civilization anyway, which has dominated the world to a significant extent, even causing Japan to go to war and China to go to war. That's how dominant Judeo-Christianity was, influence on the planet. And this is, now, when I've talked about Pluto going into Capricorn, which it will do in a couple months, retrograde back into Capricorn, that's not only governments, institutions, and corporations, it's also religion. So I think you're going to see a huge adjustment. And what's really, like, the ones that seem most obsessed with supporting Israel are the Judaic Christians, the Zionists, or the Christians.
Well, evangelical Christians.
Yeah, I think there's probably some other Christians that do too, but they really believe in this stuff. And to me, it's very regimented thinking. Like, so many times in my life, people have looked at me, well, yeah, you believe in this. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. And not necessarily at all. Not necessarily at all. So people just assume that all this stuff is the way it is because, you know, it's been programmed into their soul. And it's just a wild ass assumption because it says all this stuff in a book that has a lot of editing issues.
Good way of putting it.
Tremendous editing issues. And this puts me in kind of a weird position because one thing I'm good at is saying things clearly. And that's what an editor is. It's an edict. Okay, we'll say it this way. Then you'll understand it. I remember one time in Qigong class, I was a pretty new student, but I like there were these younger people that weren't usually there, but they knew my teacher and stuff, and I kind of like just said something, which I didn't do very often, and I kind of just dumbed everything down. And they came up to me afterwards and said, "Thank you for saying that." Like, you know, I was teaching them some aspect that they weren't necessarily going to get on their own, except that I said it. I don't even remember what it was, but it was almost poetic. My teacher he never had an issue with anything I ever said. And, you know, when I'd address the class kind of spontaneously, and I didn't do it very often. You know, I minded my place, but I just felt, you know, and it's like, you know, so if you have an ability to make things clear, like you lose this with foreign language, you know, in a foreign language, if somebody's not getting it, you can make it very clear. There's no argument. Like a friend of mine said that they had lost their luggage in Turkey, and they must have said it 5 times to this guy. And he didn't respond until there was some lady next to her who spoke English and Turkish, and she got it, and she sat there and explained what happened to the guy. He just pulled back and gave her luggage. It was right there. In other words, it was inarguable. There was nothing to argue about. He just didn't understand, you know, what was going on. He didn't understand the language. So it's a point of clarity. And what I'm getting to is the Bible is not written with a great deal of clarity for its time. Maybe it was clear and appropriate back then. Maybe it wasn't. And then, of course, you have stories of it get lost and stolen. And the way people thought back then was so different than the way we thought now. You can't even compare the way. And then, you know, for a long time, people couldn't even, weren't allowed to, well, they didn't have paper. They had scrolls or parchment.
That's right.
So that's not, was it a premium? What were you going to say?
Yeah, I said that's right. That's all. I'm just agreeing with you. A lot of people don't understand how different the world was. They didn't have paper. Yeah, I mean, it's such an important point. I mean, the good shit, the really expensive stuff that was used for by monks to make Bibles and stuff was called kid skin, which was a young goat skin was refined and became what they call vellum, what we call vellum paper, fairly transparent. Anyhow, go on.
Well, this brings us to another point, and this is very crucial. And I had mentioned this before, and this has to do with this rabbi who said that it was Marcus Aurelius who saved the Torah because he had a friend. You can call him anything other than that. He might have been more than a friend, but he was certainly an ally who Marcus Aurelius used to seek out for advice, according to this rabbi. And this Marcus Aurelius determined, or between the two of them, it was determined that the legacy of the Torah could be lost because it was only done through recitation, oral recitation. It was sacrilegious, not allowed, not kosher to write it down. Now, they had writing then because this was in the second century. They had writing. There's all sorts of Gnostic, Christian, Josephus, all these documents. But this was the first time the Torah was written down. Now, I don't know about the Talmud because the Talmud is the learned commentary. I believe it's the written commentary. So maybe they've been writing the Talmud all along. I don't know that. I should find that out. But if the Torah had never been written down, and now it's being written down by the Emperor of Rome or sponsored by the Emperor of Rome, who is completely, utterly in bed, not only with this guy, but with the Edomites. What does that say about the Torah? Is it even accurate? It brings it to question because it was supposed to be recited. Now, this is a question, and it's a question I don't know. But if I'm bringing up the question, because the question is appearing in history at a time when it's not been brought up before. I mean, it's been brought up by certain sects of Judaism who disagree vehemently with the idea of it being written down. It presents a very interesting rhetorical issue of what does it say about the whole religion? What does it say about it? It puts it into question as to its authenticity vis-a-vis what it was originally. But I can't say anymore. It's just a question.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an interesting question, especially in these times of upheaval.
Yes. Yeah, you're asking it rhetorically, right? You're not asking me personally.
The saying go ahead, but it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nothing much for me to say. I think you pointed out the dilemma. Yes, it's the classic dilemma
the only reason I ever became interested in Judaism was when I started to study Kabbalah. And I saw that it traced from there, at least in terms of Western literature. There are other antecedents to that. But certainly, if you look at Western tradition, Kabbalah sources from Judaism. And then there's Christian versions and Islamic versions. There's also an ancient Dacian version, which, see, it was introduced to me, and it was the Dacian Tree of Life. And it's the same one you present, Douglas, with the one tree on top of the other.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They do. That's where I first saw that. And then, you've explained it as well. I wasn't able to take it any further than that. But it was the same thing. So my point is that people are, it's like an instruction manual.
Mm-hmm.
Like, say, we used VCRs at one time to record or to watch programs.
That's right.
Then there was the CD, or the DVD rather. Then there's the thumb drive, and now there's downloads.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, so what is the modern equivalent of a Bible? I had a Moorish friend who said, Holy Bible means Helios Biblos, means book of the sun. It's a book of astrology. And she could go on and on and on
Mm-hmm.
about the astrological, it's just expressing the stars, expressing theology, which is the, study of divinity. And you can look at astrology as divine expression. You can look at the Bible as a divine expression vis-a-vis the Bible code, the synchronicities involved in the gematria of the Bible, and so on and so forth. That's when you're getting into the rhyme and the reason. And one could look at a hallucinogenic as a Bible, because it can put you into touch with aspects of the mind. And this is what people consistently say the Eleusinian mysteries were based upon ergot fungus. And ergot fungus is LSD. And this, brought people in connection with divinities, where they were acting out these dramas, which are the dramas of life and initiations, and in the guise of gods and goddesses of nature. So it's like that was the Bible of the times. But of course, that fell out of favor. The oracle was like somebody that was consulted throughout history. It was potent, heavy-duty stuff. And then the Romans come along and they have their own Vestal Virgin, with the fire of the Vestal Virgins that was said to have been preserved from Troy, the culture of Troy. So that was Trojans get the last laugh on the Greeks by becoming the Roman Empire. That's a certain woven into the depths of Roman mythology. But how much of this is being dressed up and invented by creative writers, by muses who are getting divine inspiration? And then, the Roman version falls out of favor. It seems to fall out of favor over issues of power and politics surrounding Julius Caesar and all of this machinations going on. And so Rome begins to collapse on itself, and somehow Christianity emerges as a much more hidden, mysterious, and manipulative. Like, the Roman religion wasn't as manipulative as the Christian religion was, the way it was employed. It wasn't like, if you don't sacrifice to Zeus, you're going to hell. It just is never presented that way. Obviously, you made sacrifices to the gods. So, and I guess if you look at the history of Judaism, they were sacrificing, even to the point where Abraham is going to sacrifice his son.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's this bowing down to a power that is greater than you. And appeasing that power or having a being in concert with that power. If you want to not have problems with the government, you pay your taxes. If you want to have no problems with your vendor, you pay your vendor. You know, these are acts of submission, but they're also an act of fair exchange in the case of doing commerce. But when it comes to government authorities like paying taxes, you're bowing down to that authority. And in the same sense, you know, when you have a God, you're appeasing that God or acknowledging its presence. Acknowledging its presence is the best thing, rather than making propitiative sacrifices. And that's what I've done in Romania, by acknowledging the tradition of Zalmoxis and the Solomonari. It was presented to me, and I acknowledge it, and I play the game. I honor it. Do I believe in it? Let me say I've experienced it. Why? Because my friend Tantra sent me an article on it, and I respected it. Because it said something to me, and because the beggar showed up out of nowhere. He shows up like almost like a Bugs Bunny or something. It was just so non sequitur. This beggar was so non sequitur. It was like he was such a off the wall character. And I felt something very strange about it. So it's kind of like, what is this entering your universe? What is this? You know, and it was upsetting all of my beggar experiences in the past, because I would be, you know, when I was stationed in Los Angeles for a period of time in 1974, 1975 in Scientology, the organization, and it was the advanced organization where all the higher levels were done, was right adjacent to an insane asylum.
Wow.
And
was that intentional?
No, it was ironic. The guy was telling me how ironic it was, you know, because, you know, the energies were completely different. It was ironic. But some of these guys would walk up and down the street, and maybe they weren't from the insane asylum, but whatever they were very many non sequitur people. And not in this particular neighborhood, but not far away. The walking distance was MacArthur Park. And MacArthur Park was just full of old people from the 30s and 40s. And they wore clothes from the 30s and 40s, but they were like old, mostly old men who just were living on some sort of welfare or dole. And there were stories that many of these guys would carry $40,000 around in their pockets because they were afraid of running the banks. I mean, I never checked their pockets or anything like that. You know, there was a lot of old people. And so when these beggars would be walking down the street and you're sitting there and you'd be walking by, because we'd walk from, you know, one organization several blocks to the next where we'd eat lunch or something, and you know, they'd say, "You got a quarter?"
Jesus Christ.
And I would look, they'd say, "You got $1?" Oh, they did not like that. It vanquished them.
Yeah, sis, you sound like my dad. My dad would respond to him by saying, "I was about to ask you the same question."
Said it antagonistically because, look, I didn't like being accosted on the street.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I didn't appreciate it. And I was, not there to serve beggars, and I and it worked. It was, and that's one of the first things I learned in Scientology, which I very seldom saw used. If somebody's doing something to you don't like, you reverse the flow on them.
Yeah, I like
You
it.
reverse the flow on them,
Yeah,
and it works. It works.
yeah.
So, but so I had a long history of neutralizing beggars, and I've changed that pattern. I've changed that pattern. It's like, it was okay. It served me. And so, I just changed that pattern. It was like, boom. So the point I was saying is, you acknowledge. If you have a spirit that comes into your space, or you think it's a spirit, you acknowledge it. Are you acknowledging something imaginary? Well, spirits are in the realm of the imaginary. Magic is I-MAG. I-M-A-G. It's like image. So you have to acknowledge what would be termed a subtle energy. So when you get back to the times of the Bible, people were being talked to. Prophets were having intercourse, and I don't mean sexual intercourse, although that can't be ruled out either. Really can't. And that's not where I meant to go with this. But they're having communication with spirits. And this could lead to a whole movement of direction or leadership of a tribe, because tribes go back to indigenous Native Americans. People have roles to play. Like one of my friends, she had complete memory of being the Skinner woman. Like she knew how to skin animals. But she didn't know where it came from. That's a tribal memory. So the Hebrews were a tribe, most definitively. So they also have, and then certain people had certain gifts. And this is just the evolution of how things go, and there's something guiding them. And then where do you draw the line? When does this guidance become malevolent? And then what's interesting about it, which would definitely lead some people to believe it has authenticity, whether it does or not, is the long consistency of it all. It's been very consistent in its traditions. That doesn't mean it is right. It just means it's consistent. So these are issues that bear, I guess what you'd say, review. And because I didn't grow up with any of these traditions, I've not been programmed with these traditions. I don't have any affiliation with these traditions, except for the fact that I live on Earth. Mm-hmm. And people are, associated with these traditions to the point of indoctrination. Very interesting on a related subject, which also addresses Heather's question earlier, because she and you weren't here when I answered her question, but she asked me this privately in a exchange on Skype, not verbal, because she was saying that this interview with Aquino, they're talking about Aquino, and they were saying this is a psyop. This whole rap is a psyop. She says, what if Douglas is a psyop? And I answered her question. Basically, you're not a psyop, but because you were surrounded by so much, there's a certain spillover. It's just like, what? It's like sometimes you'll see in a football game on TV, the player will run into somebody who's holding the the chain, or somebody who's just a coach or sitting on the sidelines, and the play will run in and they'll just knock the hell out of some guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not intentional. That guy gets knocked off.
Mm-hmm.
Like he gets knocked over really good. Sometimes he's hurt because he's so close to the action. So you'd say, was that guy a casualty of the NFL? Yeah, he was. But he wasn't a player. He just happened to be around the action. Well, Douglas was in the center of the action. And as I said, if you listen to this interview, you'll see so many aspects that I know that you're telling me the truth in this book. Not that I doubted it, but you see the evidence and listen to Aquino talk.
Yes.
Except that Aquino alludes to the very things you talk about, but he doesn't go into depth in them. Not because he's unwilling to, it's just not in context of the conversation.
Right.
It's a general conversation. And he's certainly not going to go into the deep context that you would give it.
Right.
But, you know, it's like, it's right there. I know that you couldn't be faking this because you tell a more comprehensive, cohesive story than he does.
Thank you.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's like, you know, this whole existence you had with him. It's kind of weird when I think about it. It's not something I ever envisioned myself peeling back, you know, but it is very necessary. But I was going to say something. I saw an interview with a famous / infamous ex-Scientologist, Larry Wallersheim, who I knew personally, who was famous for winning this lawsuit against us. He was the first one to win a big lawsuit against Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was awarded like $30 million, but the judge reduced it to like 2.8 or something like that. Something figure like that. Just said, well, no, it's 30 million is too much. It wasn't. But he was awarded 2.8, something like that. And they didn't pay it. So it took him years, maybe it took him 8 years, whatever it was, to collect it. Now, all the time it's waiting, it's piling up interest. So I think he got a settlement of about $9 million. He said that there was very little left because he had to pay his attorneys.
Right.
And he had to pay people who supported him.
Yes.
Now, so Larry did an interview on with my friend Janice Grady. She was a Commodore's messenger who's written books. And she does a show with her friend Mark Fisher, and they're interviewing all these people. And it's called Peeling the Onion. And this was deep because Larry, it was the first time he did an interview. I hadn't seen him in years. And Larry was always very personal. But the story I heard him tell today is different than the stories I've heard about him in the past or read about him in the past, and certainly different than the stories I knew personally, having interacted with him. But he said that he went crazy. He went nuts on the upper levels of Scientology. And it's very interesting. He just literally lost it. And very interesting about this because this is something that Hubbard wrote about, which has been just so abused in terms of acknowledging. Hubbard says, you know, if people, they're on this level, which he called OT3 or operating level Phaeton 3. This is the one that they all make fun of with Xenu, the space god or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And which I never took too seriously. Mm-hmm. But this was a level beyond that called New Aerodynamics for OTs. But it's still, you're dealing with the same phenomena. But on the OT3 materials, it said that, you know, people can just start He didn't say streaming consciousness, but that's what he meant. And they couldn't go to sleep. They'd be awake for 24 hours. It was called freewheeling. This was the term, freewheeling. Where you're just like, it's like, I've been listening to Douglas Dietrich for 24 hours straight. I'm seeing Fugol balloon bombs over my head. And this stuff would happen from time to time. I never dealt with it personally because I wasn't in that department where I would even encounter it. But certainly, I'd heard about stories where people would freewheel. And this is exactly what, Hubbard said in his book, was never published, Excalibur, that this book could make people go crazy when they read it. That's why I never published it, because people would go crazy. Well, there's an element of Scientology where people would trigger. And there's all sorts of stories where you can read about suicides in Scientology, where they suicided, because it brings issues up that trigger people. Gee, if one wanted to make a religion and call it triggerology. Or, call it the Roy Rogers Rundown, because that was his horse was named Trigger.
That's right.
And I believe Trigger was stuffed. They stuffed Trigger.
That's right, for the museum. So sad, yes.
Trigger, they'll never be forgotten. And his dog's name was Bullet. I think it was a German Shepherd. They had Bullet and Trigger. They were later considered that these were not, politically correct names. But anyway, Larry tells the story of basically going nuts, and he didn't know who he was. I found it very interesting because he says, Scientology makes you think you're what you're not and all this sort of stuff. And I said, well, I like what my friend Doug said about me. I asked him, several years ago, because he knew me before I got in Scientology. He knew me as I got in Scientology. He saw me years later, and he says, you're always the same person. Of course, I said I was always the same. Now, I thought that was interesting, because I'm not going to get such a, objectively stated view from my family, because there's, the stigma of being family. So he said I was always the same person. In other words, I didn't change my personality. I improved it. I became a better communicator, and, but I really wasn't, I didn't, change into something else. I was never uncertain of who I was. Whereas this guy, I think he said he had a lot of personalities. And the only thing I remember about him, first time I met him, he was a new recruit on the ship in LA Harbor. And I saw him, I said hello to him. He was in a bunk near mine. And he just joined. And then he didn't come back. I didn't see him for a few days. Finally comes back, I said, where were you? He says, I was in jail. I forgot my wallet, and I got, the cop pulled me over, and it was a big mess. So, he got like, boom. He said, God, what a strange karma. Where are you going without your wallet anyway? Oh, whatever. And then he got involved in I guess what they called regging people or registering people, where, he's talking about how he was forced to scam money out of people. And I never would have tolerated that for a minute. So he had a different experience than I did and a different standard.
Right.
And I would never have been accepted into that element of those people. They would have found me non-conducive to that sort of, they said, this guy's no good.
Right.
But I was inclined towards the technical side of things. So that was not and people that were put into that were either very good at it or they weren't technically oriented. So they would go into other areas of and consequently, they would miss out on doing things with proper affinity, proper integrity. You can do things without lying to people, without forcing people. If in fact Hubbard stated, he says, you don't want to be doing that. You want to be, maintaining your central files and writing people, and people will come if you just, if you do the right thing, people will come in droves. You don't have to be hitting people over the head, and you don't use an anvil, because it's not good. But inevitably, things reduce to the lowest common denominator. So the right thing is too often not done. But that's beside the point. So the point with Larry is he talks about how I guess he found some lawyer. I forget the guy's name. I think it was O'Reilly, Larry O'Reilly. But O'Reilly was a real genius when it came to the law. He was a valedictorian at a Jesuit, I think Loyola. He was Jesuit, but he was a hell of a lawyer. And he was involved in this other case with Scientology, which I won't go into. And he looked at it, and he had written 100 pages of his situation. And the lawyer looked at it and says, oh boy, yeah, come on. Now, the first thing he did with Larry, and this is the interesting part I'm going to share with you, he took him to Margaret Singer, who he knew and worked with. Margaret Singer is a famous, I don't think she's a psychiatrist, but psychologist, maybe more of a psychologist than a psychiatrist, but she's like an expert in mind control. And she worked with CIA people and spies who went undercover and had to struggle with their identities, and because they have to not give secrets up if they get caught, and they're always in fear. And she said they had tremendous fear. So he was counseled by her, and he sees all of this. He sees Scientology as a big mind control operation, because that's how she got him to see it, based upon what she was dealing with. And she said, and I quoted her in my book, independent of this interaction with him, which I didn't know about, that she says Scientology is the most disturbing element, because it weaves its way so deeply into the mind. I would give a total different interpretation of it, because my experience with Scientology was not trauma-induced. It was not trauma-induced. I processed out trauma. But it was not trauma from Scientology. It was trauma from my previous existence. There was a very high-level Scientologist who went back to the early days. His name was Jeff Walker. He was a class 12 auditor, and he had audited me on the ship to debug me. My case was bogged. I was like ready for the pit.
Oh, Jesus.
Couldn't move. I couldn't move and then he debugged me. He did a good job. It was fine. I went back on and everything went normal.
Wow.
But I remember during the session we were having, it was in his cabin, and I think it was on A deck, if I'm not mistaken. I know it was on A deck. A deck is where Hubbard lived. I didn't go up to A deck very often. And I heard, which I now know to be Hubbard screaming his ass off.
Jesus.
Screaming his ass off. and he was screaming his ass off in an auditing session he was receiving. Not right next to me, but several cabins over. And I remember looking at Jeff, and we both heard it. And, you know, as an auditor, you never wanted a distraction on your pre-clear. You never wanted a distraction. I just looked at him and I said, you know, I think, and we both know what it was. I go, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. I later read that this was a woman that had been brought to the ship to audit him, and that, you know, that Hubbard was criticized for wanting somebody he could chew up. I don't know that that was true.
Jesus.
But whatever. She wasn't doing the right thing. But I remember that. But then, when I left, Jeff was an old timer, and he was ferocious. He was quite ferocious. And I think he learned this ferociousness from his early days in the Sea Org, which were much more ferocious than anything I ever experienced. And I'll give an example. When I was walking the streets of San Francisco, as I was joining the Sea Org with my recruiter, Kenda, she's a very beautiful woman, and she was, we were just talking, and she said something about, because she was on the Apollo, and she said something about being on this boat, which would mean like a lifeboat, and they were doing some drill or something. And she says, yeah, and we were all ordered to jump overboard with their pea coat on and everything, you know, the whole, fully dressed.
Jesus.
And I said, why on earth? She says, it was just insane.
Yes.
And she says, and she looked at me with this great metaphysical quality that she sometimes had. And she says, you're never going to experience anything like that. Like as if she knew me.
Yeah.
And she was right. Not like that. And in other words, she said it was just crazy in the early days. And Jeff, I don't know what happened, but I spoke to him once when I called a friend of mine in Las Vegas. And Jeff was taking care of their house. He was out of the Sea organization for a long time, but he left much after I did. And I heard that, I talked to him, we had a nice conversation. And I heard that, you know, like, I think he went back home to New Zealand, he was a New Zealander, that he was having all sorts of trauma.
Jesus.
Like mental trauma. And that would have been as a result of his early days in the Sea Org. Like he never got over the trauma.
Right.
That would have been, you know, Hubbard kicking ass. I don't know. I mean, I've read all sorts of stories. But then I remember this, and she's still there, Fran Harris, she was like the captain of the Flag Service Org. She was in charge of everything. And I had some interaction with her. I was interviewing somebody for somebody else, and she looked at me and she was talking about some sort of how tough things used to be, and she looked at me, she says, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking, because she knew I was from the ship. You know what I'm talking about. And I looked at her and I thought, boy, you're off the wall. I'm not in that trauma zone.
Right.
Like she was living out her early trauma.
Yes.
Or early embedded trauma. And I could see, and this is one of the great things I got from doing that level that everybody thinks is bullshit. It was like, you can see other people's trauma. It's not my trauma. I don't own this trauma.
Right.
It's not mine. So, but anyway, he said that Margaret Singer worked with him extensively. And he said he can build a case or help somebody build a case if they want to go back and get their retribution from Scientology. But there's this guy in Alberta, University of Alberta, who's got all the case documents. You know, they want to make a case, but I said, I don't want to make a case about anybody. I don't want to be involved in that, you know. I mean, I'm not looking for a handout. I was given a whole career and a new life, or I should say I was given it. I created it.
Right.
And he said that, you know, well, he talks about what Scientology did to him, and Scientology would tell you, well, he's being a victim, and he is being a victim. That doesn't mean he was treated correctly. It doesn't mean that he doesn't warrant what he has, but he has. But the point I'm making is, he looks at all of that as a psyop, and then he would even say, you know, he says, and he even says there are good things in Scientology. There's no question. He says because Hubbard stole some good stuff. He had to say Hubbard stole it. I find very interesting because you wouldn't find any assemblage of information and dispensation of information from any of the people he so-called acquired it from or stole it from to the degree he did. You're not going to find it. In other words, it's a matter of packaging. And there's a fine line between where stuff is stolen and where it is borrowed, utilized, expressed in a different way. But I'm thinking like he had to but he did acknowledge that there were good stuff in there. And that was revelatory. But back to the thing is, when I listen to stories like this, and many of the stories I hear, I listen to them and I say, you were tolerating insanity.
Yes.
You were tolerating insanity. And there's one story in there that I've heard from a woman who was David Miscavige's sister-in-law. And she was, she had a lot of authority, and she talks about a situation where the, you know, her kid, and I think she said problems with her kids because understandably they grew up in that cult, but they're still in communication. But she took the bull by the horns, said, I'm not going to tolerate this. And so she cleaned up certain areas. You know, in other words, she stood up. She had an X amount of organizational power, which a lot of people didn't have, but nevertheless, she stood up. And I think she has great regrets over the way her kids got raised, but that's between her and her kids, and I really can't judge that. You know, but nevertheless, because, you know, at least one of them is a very active YouTuber, and they have, you know, horrible stories. The kids have horrible stories to share.
Jesus.
They are the most deserved of being listened to. Like, some of them grew up worse than you did, Douglas.
Wow.
Some of them. And neglect, and you know, you had parents at the very least that were caring about you. But the kids that what they call the second generation Scientologists, they're born into a cult. It's like Julian Assange.
Yes.
They're born into a situation, and then they have to find out that they're in a cult, and they have to rebel and get out of it, and then find out how the rest of the world lives, and find out that they were rendered all sorts of inversions of the golden rule.
Yes.
And one of them says, you know, they can't do this, and is doing everything they can to stop it. They become vehement and very outspoken, and they collide with some of the people of my generation who perpetrated this stuff. And they're, you know, so you have the anti-Scientologists fighting amongst each other. But their one common thing they have is they're anti-Scientology.
Yes.
When I say Scientology, they're not only anti the organization, they're anti, they look at it all as mind control. or of that. And I just, but this goes deep into what Heather had asked about Douglas' psyop. And I did answer her question. No, Douglas is not a psyop, but he was involved with the master of psyops.
Yes.
The master. And the most, I'm going to share this before I go, because this came in the conversation we had last transmission in the morning, when Heather had said that Aquino had commented to her words to the effect that if he admitted that he worked with Douglas Dietrich, he would be sued. And that was very telling, because it told me that Aquino is subordinate to forces that we don't see or hear. As big of a character as he was not the only censorship on Douglas Dietrich. It comes from a level above Aquino, which would seem to be the national security apparatus itself.
Yes.
What's the difference between the head of the NSA and the national security director? I think they're two different jobs.
Yeah, I believe that they are, yes. It's, again, these incredibly vague bureaucratic titles for incredibly vague bureaucratic positions. So there's I really have no way to disambiguate them, other than that the National Security Agency, just so everyone gets a basic idea, is in charge of all communications, which is basically all domestic communications in the United States are impacted by our communications to foreigners, and they're supposed to monitor all the communications of foreigners that come into the United States and all our communications that go outside. And then that involves their basically wiring up everybody in the United States. And but as for the National Security Director, which is probably some position with Homeland Security at this point in history, I would think, then
yeah, it's higher than that.
Higher than that, then, yeah.
The Department of Homeland Security would be, like McDonald's or something. It's
yeah, theoretically, just for what it's worth, Department of Homeland Security was supposed to be the umbrella office that was supposed to coordinate a host of other offices so that they would finally. Yeah.
That's not even in the same ballpark as the National Security Agency.
Yes, right. I mean, I'm not arguing with you. It's one of these things where you may get an organizational chart. Any one of us may look at one, and it really has no meaning. Sometimes these organizational charts are really just for public consumption to make it look like there's some organization when oftentimes there's not. You just have...
Douglas, I did a search. I said, I look up National Security Director. And it comes up National Security 2000 film, Dennis Dugan. It's a film.
Yeah. There you go.
Director of the NSA, Timothy Howe, since February of this year. A defense agency within the U.S. Department of Defense. The director of the NSA also concurrently serves as the chief of the Central Security Services, a new name, and as the commander of the U.S. Cyber Command. As the director of the NSA and chief of the CSC, the office holder reports to the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, and as the commander of U.S. Cyber Command, the office holder reports directly to the Secretary of Defense. Boy, and this Secretary of Defense doesn't seem to know his ass from a hole in the ground. He was the one that, had prostate cancer and didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, there we go. Yes.
So it's like, it sounds like a, lineup of fools.
Yes.
But somewhere in there, there's an apparatus that gets real serious and can put the screws on you. Now, there's this infamous, what's this guy's name? He's on TV. Former CIA director. You know, I think he absolutely hates Trump, but I forget it. John Brennan. I saw him being in a debate, it was a YouTube debate, with some woman who was just going it. Maybe it was Julian Assange's wife.
That's a joke.
And she was going after him and saying this, that, this. And he's saying, oh, he did this. And then she starts calling him out on all sorts of things. And he just got this smug look on his face. He was smug. And that was the most objectionable thing. You know, in other words, she was calling him out for what he was.
Uh-huh.
And it had nothing to do with Julian Assange. It had to do with who he was. And he was just smug. Like, you know, you're on the wrong side, woman. Mm-hmm. And I'm on the right side. Yeah. And smugness is never good.
No. No.
That's the only time I've ever seen smug. It's like any time I've ever seen him, he was always on the wrong side, as far as I was concerned. Mm-hmm. But I just thought that was interesting. So we're officially in World War III now.
Yes.
It's not declared because Russia's declared it.
Yes.
So all we can do is respond as a nation. But what direction are you going to go in tonight?
It's just, I'll probably meander into geopolitics, which is my forte. I will have to, of necessity, cover a bit of what was going on domestically, of course. As I said, really don't expect anything about Assange until a few days have passed before I digest enough, if I can stomach it, to say something about that. El Nemo points out that the lady who started the family cult, which Assange was in, which is basically what everybody in Australia probably calls it, because they can't pronounce Shanti Nikotwan, and nobody can spell it. So they have to create a kind of a search base for it, so they'll just say the family cult. She said, this is El Nemo, says that the lady who started the family cult, which Assange was in, persuaded the stupid followers that she was the second coming of Christ. Anne Hamilton Byrne. Yes, her surname was Hamilton-Byrne. Hamilton Byrne is the name of the person who established the family cult. So yes, that is... that's all quite true. And so other than that, nothing, most people don't even know Assange was the product of a fucking mindfuck cult. And that alone shows you how dangerous the world is that we live in. I mean, this should be public knowledge and should discredit him in the eyes of anyone. But instead, nobody even knows the fact, and if you were to bring it up to them, it's probably too late. They've accepted this man as the second coming of Christ themselves, all too many people. And this is his great homecoming. They're going to attribute this to divine intervention, and he could start his own church now, quite easily. And I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's such a radical surprise. It seems like divine intervention.
Yes.
It is such a radical surprise. This was the last thing I ever expected with the Julian Assange case.
No, I was coming to expect it for a long time now, simply because they weren't doing anything, taking any action that they should have taken, and that was to have just had him rammed over here a long time ago. They were all trying to find a way to wash their hands of it, which is not the way to handle this. And as I said, we're talking about an enemy here who's probably been rescued by the Temple of Set. He'll probably start the Temple of Set in under some other facade and get everybody to join it, a new branch office, and there you go with that.
I been very messy for the government.
Yeah.
An open trial would have been very messy for the government.
Why? They could have controlled everything coming out of it, just like they did with, say, for instance, The Hague, where they were putting the people that they caught on trial involved with the war in the Balkans. Somebody like Slobodan Milosevic, every time he opened...
That's The Hague. This is the United States.
Yeah, true.
I think it would have been very problematic. I think if Mary Sue Hubbard had not taken a plea and pulled out all the dirty laundry of the government, in her case, she would have come out a lot better, and to expose the government. And but they bluffed her, and she suckered for it. That's what I think on that. So in other words, the government can look, as bad as the United States can be. When you get into the laws and the debate of the laws, there's certain tipping points that just they can't get away with. It's because it's like, what does it bring up? What does it bring up? And it's probably a lot more dirty stuff. You get into the Chelsea Manning stuff. Yeah. You might have ended up even being quoted in that.
I'm sure.
I mean, it gets very messy. So I think they probably escaped. They're probably lucky.
Maybe.
Okay, we just buried this thing and everybody's happy.
Maybe. I mean, I'd like to think the best of it. Sure, yeah. And hopefully that's the case. Yes. And so other than that, yeah, I'll just be kind of meandering tonight throughout geopolitics, probably more talking about Putin visiting the North Korea, etc. And, of course, had more time to reflect upon that. And then that'll take me in other directions with geopolitics. I sent you an email, which I sent to everybody on the list, and this was kind of like our statement since we were speaking earlier about Dugin and the Third World War. This email is in D350, but if you review it and have any questions about it, feel free to ask me on Sunday, and we can go over it on Sunday, where I can put it into starker terms or easier terms. But basically, if you scan it, you should get a general outline of what I'm saying and at least know what questions to ask. Certainly, you and I will probably speak privately, and we can go over it a bit even then, because I want to talk to you about what you wanted to talk about. And we'll get to that Thursday or Friday. And same time that I'll be calling our friend Brendan before he goes on leave, so to speak, for a little while.
Okay, and I want to thank Heather again.
Yes.
I don't know if she's gone to bed yet, but...
Oh, no, she stays up for the roundtables.
Okay, I want to say good night to everybody.
Yeah, no, I'm actually, tonight I'll be going off early because I don't feel well.
Oh, God, you sound like you have a cold. Oh, my God.
No, I don't have a cold. I have other issues, but okay. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for being with us. Yeah. I'm going to sign off now, and I want to remind everybody to help Douglas. He needs to raise $300. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner.
Thank you.
Yellow button. Donate to Douglas. And with that, I'll say good night. Good night to everybody.
Yes, we love you dearly.
Good night, Peter.
Yeah, and
good night, Peter.
Blessed be thy slumber, sweet be thy dreams. Take care. And that's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. So we're trying to raise 350 United States dollars. Just want Heather to know, of course, that to make certain I didn't wind up feeling the way Heather feels right now, that's why I slept all day yesterday. And hard to believe it's yesterday. Of course, you might say the day before yesterday if you're on the East Coast. Here in San Francisco, it's only 9:23. We're definitely going to be mailing Heather what I said I would mail her on probably Friday to be realistic, but that's the day that is best for it. That would be perfect. Thursday, probably be catching up on the sleep from what I'll be going through as soon as, what I do tomorrow is over. She says, I've been having heart failure since Las Vegas. Honey, heart failure? Heart failure? Heart failure?
Yeah,
honey.
I have a doctor's appointment.
Okay, well, doctor's appointment. Well, do you have a pacemaker?
No.
Well,
No, I've been having heart problems for a long time, and breathing problems and things for a long time.
palpitations?
No, I have a heart arrhythmia anyways, but what I think it mostly contributes to, because my dad has had this problem, is that keratoconus. My corneas are made out of the same material or the same gene expression that makes heart valves, and corneas are the same. So most of the people with keratoconus end up with heart valve issues.
Uh-huh. Heart valve
It's made out
issues.
of the same heart valve.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so did you say your father had these issues?
Oh, my dad has had, yeah, my family does have problems with their heart valve and the beating of their heart in a weird way. And I don't know. I've really not gotten into it. I've just ignored it my whole life.
Uh-huh. Well, I
No.
mean, you have, however, you have spoken to doctors about different things, right?
Not about this. No, not about this. Yeah.
Not much about this. But
No.
you must okay. But I'm just trying to get.
Well, my blood pressure's gotten really low, and my heart rate and my heart beating has gotten really low, and now my feet are not a diabetic swelling, but my feet are getting really tight. Like the blood's not pumping. So
Okay, but they're not swelling.
yeah, they're swelling, but it's not water retention. It's just because there's no blood
There's no blood
that's going pumping.
pumping.
I don't think my heart's pumping.
Are you
hard
on
enough to
aspirin?
pump.
Are you on an
No.
aspirin regimen?
No.
Have you considered an aspirin regimen, or as your
Yeah,
doctor?
my dad suggested it today, and I thought about it, but I usually am not one to take medicine because that's how I know something's wrong.
Uh-huh. What?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, you gotta know. You gotta know when something's wrong with you, and if you take medicine, it masks it and it makes it go away, so you don't think anything's wrong.
Oh, don't think like that. It's like, no, you got to start taking medicine. That's if you have
Well, I'm
heart
wondering
issues.
now. I'm glad that Brendan is on because I was gonna ask him if he saw anything like that, and when he did my reading, if it said anything health related
Right?
that might help me to know
Is he like in the shower or something? What is that noise?
On
It's
here.
something. He's at the car wash.
It's a kettle. But,
Jesus.
I didn't see anything that would indicate
Oh,
heart related,
interesting. Okay, good.
but
Yeah.
I would have to review it again.
Okay.
I wasn't
Okay.
looking.
Cool.
Right.
But
Yes.
it's probably the best not to review it.
Yeah, no, I'm just having labored breathing. Like when I lay down, it's like an altitude sickness, but it's not altitude sickness. I just struggle
Yeah,
for
I actually
air.
went through that. I went through that this week as well. And there are like weird strains of COVID coming out, and I'm not a COVID pusher, but I'm just saying, like different respiratory things have been going around, like whether it's a virus or whatever it is, bad air quality,
I don't know.
chemtrail spraying, pick your poison. But I did have some things like that going on as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I wouldn't, until you get further info, just, because you don't want to speak anything into existence.
Right.
Yeah,
Take it
I'm
with a grain of
monitoring it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well,
just
I
kind
would.
of go with the flow until you get details. Because for the longest time, Douglas, I told you about this, right? I think.
Yeah.
I was convinced that my thyroid was shutting down and
Right.
all that stuff, and then I got my medical test back, and there's nothing thyroid related. It was basically just black magic.
That's what
Yes.
always happens whenever I get any blood work or tests. They're like, "Oh no, you're fine." I'm like, "No, I'm not," but okay, I'll just go with it.
Well, I mean, you can at least take some comfort in the fact that if the blood is not indicating anything, like your troponin levels, this is what they measure for your heart problems. But from what you're
Yeah,
describing,
but no, my blood test will be fine because of all the nano stuff. That's what it does, is it makes sure that all my health appears to be perfect when it's not.
well, yeah. Let's just put it this way. I think that we'll be able to ascertain some things, and what you might ask the doctor about is whether or not you can get a pacemaker installed, because that would help if you're.
Oh no, hell no.
What?
Hell no.
What? Why?
Crazy?
Why?
Is it because you
I
use a
would never do
microwave?
that.
I'm
No,
sorry.
it's just because then when it's time to leave your body, you can't, and you keep coming back, and they keep trying to die, and you can't. You know,
Whoa. Wait a
naturally,
sec.
of course.
Wait, whoa,
It's
wait.
not necessarily the case. It's just that it would prevent just DNA evolution. But I mean, if your chart's already giving heart problems and stuff, you kind of have to just go with the universe.
Yeah, well, I'm doing it for the people that care about me. Just put it that way.
Right.
Like you shouldn't like. Technology can also be positive.
No pacemaker, though. No, thank you.
I
I've been enough crap since
understand.
I knew
A
it shouldn't be there.
pacemaker's awfully. What did you say about it, Brendan?
What do you mean?
Wait.
I'm saying
The
I'm saying
pacemaker.
there
What?
is a level. There is a level of when you integrate technology that it will suppress like DNA evolution to an extent. But because if your destiny is already having health issues, it's kind of like a moot point.
Yes, thank you.
You know,
Well, what it
like
was,
you have to
you
just sustain
mentioned-
yourself, and like your meritorious actions in this life will still get counted for your next life. Like it won't stop you from that.
Yes, that's right.
You won't get stuck here.
Like you were mentioning karma.
Like it won't hurt your karma. Like if you have no choice, like the universe doesn't count that against you.
Thank you.
Well,
Like
I
those
had
people
I was
that ended up in
vaccinated, so
iron
that might
lungs and
count.
stuff. Sorry?
What is it? Say that again,
I
honey.
took the COVID vaccine. That might count.
Good God, honey.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, it's like it depends how coercion it was and like how much of your choice was registered. Like, you know, like the universe is like Doug. You've mentioned this many times.
Yes,
it's
yes.
not black or white.
Yes,
There's
thank
this
you.
huge gray area, like, and like divine isn't just going to be like, oh well, they did that against It doesn't register like that.
Yes, thank you. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like
Okay,
a
good.
sigma.
Well, that's
It's like a
reassuring.
sigma function of all of your karma as a whole. It's not like a one and done deal thing. Like
Yeah. Well,
some people get
you
instant
know, I
karma,
have
but that's
faith.
just they probably do.
I have
honey,
faith. I'm just really tired.
yeah, honey,
Yes, no worries.
yeah, the
Vitamin C.
yes,
And
oh my,
vitamin D.
yeah, and for God's sakes, these little something like a pacemaker. For God's sakes, that's the medical equivalent in terms of a procedure of setting a broken bone. You can literally, it's an ambulatory
No,
procedure.
yeah, but I know I had clients with pacemakers, and I've seen my mother-in-law just got a pacemaker a couple weeks ago or months ago, I mean, and she's got this like extra level of it seems like testosterone or stamina. She never used to sweat or get fiery.
Was it like a porcine valve? Was it a porcine valve or was it?
No, she said a pacemaker. Dude, it's just a pacemaker.
Yeah, but
She got a
sometimes they do
pacemaker.
them in tandem.
Well, it's not like
Yeah,
they could sneak it in. Believe me. I mean, if they were like replacing a valve, the person would be hospitalized. A pacemaker is literally you walk in, you walk out.
A metal valve.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad had a metal valve, a mesh one, a long time ago put in his art.
Yeah, but you're talking about probably what's called a stent. A stent is just something that goes in a vein.
No, a valve. He had heart surgery where they had to keep a valve because it wouldn't close all the way.
Right.
Because it's like your corneas, when you have keratoconus, your corneas get so like blown out, they just droop forward and they lose their elasticity. You know, they're not elastic anymore. Like the valves, they get like kind of just blown out. Probably.
I'm sorry. Did you just say corneas or valves?
Your corneas and heart valves are made out of the same material. Gene expressing collagen linking proteins or something.
They're still very different mechanically. The eye is essentially hollow. The heart is a muscle that, has all kinds of things going into it. But when it comes to the heart, most of the time the replacements are either a kind of plastic mechanism or they're a porcine valve. It's not often that they're metal. So I'm not saying that didn't happen, but it seems very unusual. It doesn't, that would be heavy for one thing. and it would be like it's just kind of like not very practical. When was this done? And who did your dad? Who was this again?
Yeah, no, it's just I guess hereditary.
No, I mean, but
Yeah,
wait,
phone
whoa,
in.
I mean, but who had the valve? Well,
I'm
what is
sorry?
that noise? Is that?
Yeah, it was my door closing because my
No,
phone's gonna die.
it's
I can
Brendan.
barely
I
hear
think
you.
it's Brendan. He's mixing something.
Oh, am I off mute?
Oh, yes. Oh my God.
Sorry.
No, it's quite all right.
Yeah, don't be alarmed, dude. I'm just making rotis. Nothing.
Right, but it sounds like you've got this chain that you're pulling or something that Brooke Gibson
it's probably this. It's probably this.
What is that? Thank you. What the fuck was that? It's irritating as fuck. And whenever you're on, we hear that. So it's like, what is that?
The headphone dragging against that thing.
Like
God. If it's dangling and not in my ear, it'll sound like that. Yeah.
Okay, so your headphones line is dragging against the mic, probably. Is that what that is? Oh
yeah,
my
exactly,
God.
Exactly.
Oh my fucking God. That is so. Jesus. Now that you're aware of that, so, yeah, try and find some way to avoid at least that. Oh my God. That's. I've always been wondering what that was all these years. That's become like your sign now. That's become like your background noise. Have you never noticed that by reviewing any of the audio, or do you?
Usually, when I review the audio, I can hear it clearly, but
okay, but
through it, I can hear through it.
He doesn't hear it.
He's doing it again. Yeah. Oh God, do something to keep it away from the mic. Oh, so Brooke has joined us. Brooke, honey.
Hi, Brooke.
Yes, Brooke.
The burp is here? Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
So say hi to everyone, dear lady. How are you feeling?
Hey, you all have my heart beating, hopefully normally and not needing a stent or a valve.
Yes. Now, well, what I'm trying to convince Heather is that she shouldn't be afraid to get a pacemaker stuck in. Now, what I was confused about was Brendan seemed to have the idea almost that, while they were sticking in the pacemaker, they might have stuck in a pig valve. Like, they could sneak it in, just like that.
No, they're two completely different things.
Yeah.
So my grandmother had a pacemaker, and she had it from there was medication that I did not know she passed before we really knew about the lawsuits. But she was on one of these pain medications. I believe it was it was a shitty pain medication too. It's like the shittier version of like a Lortab, like the really shitty one. Like it started with a
Blood
D.
thinners. Yeah, blood thinners do that.
It started with a D. It was a pain medication. She was on it forever. It was like basically a strong Tylenol, but they ended up finding out that it did cause problems that made people have the heart condition that she did. And she had to have a pacemaker. But a pacemaker is really simple to put in, obviously, and it does not involve a pig valve unless you're going to China and then you also take your heart and lungs while you're there, and you won't wake up because they're going to sell your body off. But like in the U.S., you should be good.
Yeah, yes, theoretically at least. But yeah, believe me, you'll know it if it happens. Not something that can pull by they can sneak up on you. They can't sneak it in.
I mean, you could like go in for like, I don't know, like, I guess like a freaking, put a pin in your ankle and wake up without balls or something. But, like, at the end of the day.
I just feel like I have enough crap that shouldn't be in me, and then I don't want any more. I have a phobia about technology, I guess.
Wait, don't get over that.
I don't want a pacemaker. No way. You'd have to.
Honey, it's just a little battery that keeps your heart from slowing down. That way you don't die. I mean, like, what's the big?
I don't have that problem though. I mean,
you're telling me
what
you're saying. Is what you're trying to tell us is that I'm not afraid to die?
Well, that's true, but that's beside the point.
Well, why if you don't have the problem, why are you talking about getting one?
I wasn't.
She wasn't, but she was telling us she has a heart problem, or what she perceives to be a heart problem. But when are you seeing the doctor? Tomorrow?
No, I talked to the charge nurse, and they made an appointment for July 18th, so it can't be that bad.
Based on what the nurse concluded, based on what you told her.
Yeah.
Right. Or maybe they really just don't give a shit.
It's not like alarmingly low. My heart rate isn't alarmingly low.
How can you even tell your heart rate? But
It's called a blood pressure cuff. It's called anything that you put your oxygen on, like is your heart rate. I don't know, like any person with a freaking Apple Watch can your heart rate. I mean, like anybody that's taken any classes that can count to 15 seconds can get their own heart rate anytime they want.
You can tell how I'm not really a tech person, and it's like
that control the pacemaker. It says they're damaged after being exposed to strong magnetic fields, and I've got magnetic fields.
That's all bullshit. The pacemaker is
microwave.
It's a totally independent unit. In the very early days, you would avoid microwaves because of a pacemaker. We're talking like 20 years ago when they first made them.
No, Douglas. I'm talking about the things that are the things that went with my tooth, like that RFID thing that's broadcasting something, and whatever that's in my ear that is magnetic.
Right. Of course. Okay, well, at this point, we're entering conspiracy. I'm not saying it's not real. It's just, it's not acknowledged by conventional medicine.
No. The only way that they can see it is with those kind of x-ray machines that they push around on a cart.
Oh, so Heather, we love you dearly. I'm getting your thing out to you on Friday. Stay alive till then.
You gotta do what's right for you. Don't listen to him. Like, you do what's right for you, okay? You know your own body, and everybody at the end of the day has to take care of their own body and do what's right. And I mean, at the end of the day, if you end up dying next week of a heart attack because you're 2 months because you didn't get the freaking thing, I mean, I'll send you some extra roses.
And heart failure gives you a heart attack. I could just heart failure gives you a heart attack. I don't know, though. I really don't know.
Wait. Say that last sentence again, Heather. What did you just say?
I don't think you have a heart attack from heart failure. I think you just die.
No, honey. Heart failure is synonymous with heart attack. It's called a myocardial infarction. It's the heart attack that pushes you into heart failure, as well as having heart failure as a chronic condition. It's the heart attacks make it continually worse until you die. Of course, most people, they just have the heart attack and they die the first time.
Oh, but I think she's mentioning like heart attack. Like, people picture a heart attack as like this one big, like, you know, giant like thing that just suddenly happens and then like you can die from it. But a heart attack in itself, like, I think the definition of it, if I'm not mistaken, like a heart attack just basically is state because our heart is electrical beats, right? So once the heart starts beating or goes into a vibration mode that it is not able to pump the blood out anymore, that is technically a heart attack, which would happen whether it was in heart failure or from a sudden blood clot. I mean, there's different ways to have a heart attack, but I think heart failure, anytime the heart stops, is technically a heart attack. I don't know if that's what causes a heart attack,
to have your mitral valve prolapse, if that's what a heart attack is.
Is that what you think?
There's tons of different things that cause a heart attack. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong.
Right. I mean, look, none of us are doctors, but for what it's worth, Brooke worked with a pharmaceutical industrial job. Brendan's very into holistics, and I myself do have the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism. The one thing I can say...
I did take a year of nursing classes. I did not pass, so I passed. I just dropped out.
No, that's cool. Thank you. No, these are important. This is important. I mean, yeah, but it's just that just so you understand it, my impression's a bit different from Brooke's. I mean, obviously, what she says is quite true. Electricity is heavily involved in the way your heart works. Obviously, that's how the pacemaker can help if your heart has what's called, I believe, bradycardia. So bradycardia, I believe.
Bradycardia.
No, what you're thinking of is tachybradycardia. Tachybradycardia means that sometimes your heart goes really fast, and brady is when it goes really slow, I think. It could be just the opposite, but I think I got it right. And but
brady means slow, tachy means fast.
Yeah, thank you. There you go. So it's tachy means fast. Yeah, tachy's the fast, brady's the slow.
Like if you brady.
Yeah.
The mitral valve is just the valve that you're taking out of like one side of the heart because you've got your left and your right.
Right.
Your like atriums, and then the valves are what pushing it through. And when I just looked up the prolapse, just to around myself, it causes regurgitation. So the basically just means that it can make it says the left atrium, which I'm reading this point, parachute, like it has a contraction. So basically the blood just goes back into the ventricle.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's basically
it's
just
bad.
leaking some blood back into it.
Yeah.
It isn't life-threatening and it doesn't require treatment or lifestyle changes, but some people may need medications or surgery, especially if the prolapse causes severe regurgitation.
Right. But where, Heather, did you even get this impression you had such a thing? How would you get that impression?
I've just been I've been monitoring for a long time, and like I said, keratoconus is synonymous with mitral valve prolapse.
So are you having a racing heartbeat or a regular heartbeat?
No, it's just slow. It's not as
wait,
what would not be a mitral valve prolapse? Racing or irregular would be mitral valve.
Whatever it is, what puzzles me is that
or do you have shortness of breath, like that kind of stuff, like
that would definitely be more affiliated with heart failure. Yes, but what puzzles me is you keep going back to your eyes, right? The keratoconus is what involves your eyes. Are you telling me that the pattern?
Yeah, but it's made out of the same material. That it doesn't have elasticity. It's a corneal linking gene where I have a mutated gene in my gene expression.
Okay. By the time we get to that point, honey, all of conventional science would abandon you. you're dealing.
Done a gene test to know that.
Yeah, because I was going to say at this point, when you're getting down to the genetic level, you're not talking about conventional medical science anymore. You're talking gene engineering, which you're trying to operate with gene engineering at an intuitive level to deal with whatever symptoms you're manifesting.
Well, it would be great if we all could. I mean, I think we technically are getting there and will be there where we all should know our genes and what mutated genes we have. Like when I was sick, Douglas, with that stuff, I paid $500 to take a stupid DNA test, right? It tested 5 genes. It tested 5 genes, but I did find out one of them I inherited from both parents that does not work.
Did you find out if you had any black blood in you?
No, I did not.
I can't resist asking that.
I mean, I didn't test for that, but Noah seems to think we do for some reason, based on the underwear he keeps having me order.
Oh, great, wonderful! So he thinks that there's some black. He thinks he's touched by the tar brush. He thinks he's touched by the tar brush, as they used to say, because because he's so well endowed. He's so blessed. It's nice of Noah to let us all know that. It's
not nice of Noah. When Noah started puberty and would come downstairs in his underwear, I was when I was dating Maggie, and I was like, oh my God, go upstairs, please. I cannot look at you anymore. Like, he just suddenly, it was like when he got his fullness, and then he'd come downstairs in his tight fucking, like, boxer briefs, like, his Under Armour boxer briefs, and, to go get milk, and I'm like,
oh my God. That's like...
And I was just kind of like seeing my dad, and he's like, "Oh God."
It's like that. It's like where does that come from? Where does that it's not from you.
Well,
I mean, not from you. I'm just like,
no, he wasn't doing it. I don't think he was doing it because he wasn't thinking about that I would notice. But like, I just think he was just like strutting around the house as he's getting muscles and whatever. And then I'm looking at this little baby that I changed his little diaper. He's just been little. And then suddenly he's walking through to get milk. And I'm like, oh, there's a package.
I am so glad I don't have children. I am so glad I don't have children. Honestly, it's like and it would just be just unbearable. It just, oh my fucking God.
The funniest thing though, I'll tell you, luckily I've never had to see him naked. I will not, or hopefully I don't ever have to. But I did, find his used condom or whatever. But what was so funny was when he was 3 years old. 3-year-old little boys, they're just all about they just figured out they had a pee-pee, and they just hold it all the time. Okay, and that's what they do. And so he's playing outside, 3 or 4, and he's playing with his sister and her friends, and they're playing hide and seek in the summer. Running around, and then one day he's in there, changes his diaper. He wasn't even in a diaper; he was out of diapers by then, obviously, 4 years old. But and he's itching. I guess I was like, "What's wrong?" And then I realized he's red, and then, oh my God! The next day, his balls and testicles swelled up to adult size. His balls, especially, were so. I felt so sorry for this poor little boy. Oh my God, he was tiny. He didn't know what was going on. What he had done was because he's out there playing, he's touching poison ivy or poison oak.
Oh.
And then he's putting his hand on his genitals.
Oh.
And oh God, it was bad for like 4 days. I had to like put stuff on it. And I mean, even Jamie was here, Dad, and I was like, oh my God, do you see this? Like we were both just like, I mean, we just had to be there for him and not like freak out in front of him. But like, he was so miserable. He didn't know. He's like just hurting. And we're like, it's okay. We'll put something on it. And like, in the meantime, I'm like, I think they're bigger than yours, Jamie. Swollen up like 4 times their size. It's awful. At least twice.
Oh my God. Well, you're causing poor Brendan to have terrible flashbacks right now. I mean, poor guy, he's like,
Did he get poison ivy on his balls too?
It was worse. I mean...
Let's not relive that again and again.
Yeah, Brooke kept saying I was exaggerating.
Or something.
Yeah, Brooke kept saying, I know you're exaggerating whenever I speak of you and that subject, and she'll say, I know you're exaggerating. I said, honey, I've said the same story.
I really wish.
Yeah, I told her, you might think I'm exaggerating because I relate it with such sadistic glee, but that does not mean I'm exaggerating. I've said the story in front of Brendan Sokiet, and he knows what I'm saying is true.
All about the pain of all of your closest friends with sadistic glee. You realize that, right?
By the way, Trappist Nicholson came back in the chat tonight, and I had to exit him again. What
does he want?
You really have to. He wants just to get in there, and he went in and said, "Hey, everybody," and he thinks he's scoring a goal. He thinks he's scoring a goal, especially if I acknowledge him.
Give him a goal, dude. Yeah. Just pass out some freebies. I've been letting some people apparently dunk on me, thinking they were just going to continue to send me negative shit. Send some of that shit back tonight. We'll see how that goes.
At any rate, so as
wait, what?
What? Brendan, what was that?
Nothing. Never mind.
Yeah. Aristides, please help out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With what?
Well, yeah. So Aristides has been quite the man. He's helped me get through what I had, which was my stress cold. But Aristides helped me
I thought you got another fucking monostat infection or whatever.
No, I blame Brooke Gibson for the time that I had a yeast infection because...
Yeah, because, oh God, he just happened to get got a pussy that was actually clean and not covered in nasty black gross hair, and was like, oh God, it's Brooke's fault because she said, oh yeah, a pussy that doesn't have covered in nasty bush that you gotta dig through is like a nice clean one's better. Sorry.
He's Japanese.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure exactly what that means, but our porn does have hair. Yes, of course it's covered. They digitize it. Yes, they digitize it out. But pubic hair is considered to be like this great prize. If you get that showing in porn, that's like a big prize. That's like yeah.
I had pubic hair up until yesterday because I hadn't showered in 4 days. Should have taken a picture for you.
At any rate, honey.
Thing is TMI.
Well, I mean, we've all expressed too much information in the past. Aristides, do help me out here. There's something you can do to tether the situation, I'm sure.
What were you saying? Pubic hair?
You've told us about your ball situation, and I'm TMI for saying
I'm going to carry on.
Really?
We'll get to that.
I'm going to carry on. You guys have a good evening.
No, Brendan, don't be like that.
Shut up. Brendan, go. Whatever. You TMI. You TMI me.
Oh my God. So... Obviously, I
took over from Brendan's talking. I'm going to leave so Brendan can come back.
No, honey, please don't do that. Please, let's have you be a little more stable in terms of staying power, okay? Oh my God. My life is hard enough. Look, I'm going to refresh myself soon, but I need to make certain that we have a stable conversational platform. And that this
I
doesn't...
just think I need to file more charges on people so I have no contact orders with everyone. Legally. No one can contact me.
Okay, let's see what's going on here and see if... okay, I'm going to check into this. Give me a second here and see if... Oh, an actual channel. Actual fucking channel. So somebody's participating in the... This is actually pretty funny. I'm looking at some of his videos and some of them are funny. Not necessarily in the best of taste, but funny. It's Lumpen. What's his channel?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, Lumpen Lodge. Lumpen Lodge. So tell me if you find his videos funny. At least the thumbnails are funny. I'm not saying like then and anyhow, he says, "Hey, good evening, bored proletarian wildland firefighter here. Howdy, Douglas. I'll just say welcome. Okay, welcome at the Lumpen Lodge. Okay, and he uses a communist term, lumpen, where it became affiliated with communists, and because of the term super lumpen proletariat, which you've heard me use in the past. Anyhow, so welcome aboard. I'm afraid to use any emojis on guys these days because of what happened last time, Brooke. Last time, some guy showed up. I gave him the elbows. You know the elbow emoji? You know the two elbows? Mm-hmm. And he automatically, "What's this shit? Why are you showing me an emoji of two butts bumping?" And I'm like, dude, Jesus Christ, see a counselor about invasive thoughts, okay? I mean, life is hard enough. I mean, I can't even give emojis out to guys without their...
Just reply back. Just be like, because they didn't have 3 butts bumping.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, people like that, like, why give them the time, right?
Yeah.
That dude was tripping for no reason.
Yeah. It was sad. It was sad. Look, I don't hold it against him. It's like, he's welcome back. But obviously, it was just, Brendan didn't help either. He said, on the cell phone, it's small enough where I can see where you can mistake them for butts. No, that didn't help Brendan. And, at any rate, yes.
But it's like, if you just extended a little bit of logic, you would have survived. Like, he would have been fine.
Yeah, well, hopefully he was. He apologized later, but it's like, Oh,
don't give Brendan a hard time for trying to play a Libra, which is what you do. Well, so basically what Brooke is trying to say, what George is trying to say, let me try to redo.
No, she's imitating me. She's imitating me, Brendan. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you were just coming in trying to be the middleman and say, well, I can see how he saw that.
Was that a snort? Did you just hear that? Was that a snort that emitted from Brendan? That sounded like he was the one who was aiming for a deviated septum. That's what it sounded like. They just put the straw in front of me, and I reflexively inhaled. Yeah.
I reflexively inhaled it.
You're confusing me with Black Frank. I'm not that good.
Yeah, no, you're not.
I've had my
Black
moments
Frank
in the past, but...
Yeah,
I'm sure you can recontact him if you want to.
Oh God, yes. No, you don't want to do that. No.
Oh yes, I was in Florida last week visiting with him. Don't worry.
We know someone who would suspect that.
I know, right?
Yes. Meth Head Larry. Same Meth Head Larry who says, "I really live in Greenville." Douglas Dietrich's really in Greenville, just trying to impress you by saying he's in San
Francisco. He's a millionaire in Greenville who's just talking and trying to fuck me and everybody else.
Yeah, trying to impress you. Imagine this: a millionaire pretending he has his own show to impress the chicks. It's like
he's asking for money, so you don't know he's a millionaire.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
At least that's what I'm saying. It's so cheesy.
Thank you.
Like if anyone that has that much money is gonna be busy doing shit. Like they're not gonna be trolling.
It's why I usually can't be here, obviously.
That's funny. You would imagine that, Brendan.
You're perusing the millionaires.
But Brendan, you would imagine that, but then how do you explain what was his name? It's Steve Outram. How would you explain Steve Outram, who was a multimillionaire?
And you know what's funny? Fucking damn.
Because he's gross. I mean, no one wanted to hang out with him.
Thank you. Thank you. True.
You know what's funny? That the first person that Larry learned their name is Steven Outram. That was once I told him that story about him, and I would be like, Steven Outram, and I'd be like, and then anytime we make some joke about like, oh, you gonna get up to Ashley? He's like, you gonna be out? He's like, I'm gonna be Outram.
Yeah. That's funny. This was Meth Head Larry.
The very first, he didn't listen to the show or anything, but when I told him the story, we heard a little bit, and he's always jealous. And I was trying to tell him something about it. He's like, I mean, he did listen, but secretly, I'm sure. and not tell me, but he said, no, I wasn't on a lot with, then. And he said, I told him, I was like, well, what would he be interested in? And I was like, we'll go with the Outroom story, because I felt like going into the Nazi and the Holocaust and Third Reich, that was going to take way too long. I already know the story.
Yes. Oh, but at least he got some amusement from that.
I just usually start with vampire. I'm like, I work for a vampire, and then people stop asking questions.
Yeah, I was about to.
If you want him, I just like, it's like, who is Douglas Dietrich? And I'm like, well, so he's his mother. His mother's a vampire. If he's vampire, well, technically his mother's a vampire. His relationship is half vampire. So he is a vampire, but then he's also had blood plasma by the government, and then he's also the son of Adolf Hitler.
You're definitely not hired for
Peacock
PR.
Angel. If you are familiar with the. But they just, at that point, they're already, like, you're just checked out. Like, they are.
Heather left, by the way.
Right.
Heather left, by the way.
wonder.
Oh my God. It's like, but this is what gets me, is like, so she's trying to, Heather, we love you, stay alive, but, try not to judge or diagnose your symptoms based on genetic concepts. That can work with congenital defects, yes. Like I
saw the article.
Yeah.
I did a statistical review on the article she sent, and you don't have that much to be concerned about. I'm not judging you, I'm just saying. As per the statistics that they gave in the article, it says based on an odds ratio adjusted for the prevalence of mitral valve prolapse, the study group was 26.7 times higher than the control. The difference was statistically significant, but it was p less than 0.001, which is like, it barely touches the threshold of statistically significant. So, we're talking very low probability that there's almost no correlation. Like, people in the medical paper world statistics would say that there's almost no correlation.
Right.
So it's like, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Thank you.
It could just be something she got in her head. I don't know.
That's what I think it is. I think it is. Now, one of the things is she's connecting it to her eyes, and her eyes do have a condition, but she's saying that somehow to her, in her concept, that the same genetic Kickstarter that starts your eyes growing or forming in the, I presume, the stage.
What is her eye condition?
But it seems like the statistics that this article she sent me, it's based off of like people that are already having health issues.
Thank you.
So it's really skewed.
Right.
It's a very skewed study.
Yes. Well, she also.
And there's not a lot of.
Not a lot of. Yes.
I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying the study that she sent is not peer reviewed either.
Well, we're hoping she's wrong. The point is, she does pick up on a lot of things that she just glums onto, and they'll catch her attention, and she focuses on them. And I think it's a morbid focus that you don't need to invest so much energy into. Heather. But what Brooke asked about her eyes, one thing I do want to point out to our listeners, just so listeners know, and I'm sure plenty of them do, there is such a thing as CHF, which is congenital heart failure, which means inherited heart failure, which, thank the gods of my ancestors, I do not have, because my father had heart failure. Well, then again, he was likely not my biological father, but such being said, that would explain that, wouldn't it? But such being said, what Heather...
Well, congenital is like you're born with a defect.
Yeah,
like
true.
Original.
True. Good point. Your point well taken.
So, but anyone can become heart failure later, of course.
Yes, of course.
But
most people die of heart failure at the end stages. You tell me you have cancer, but at the end of the day, you may die, but your heart fails usually at the end. So, you could say at the end of the day, all of us die of heart failure in some way because the heart stops.
It's true. It's true. That's what they used to say. They used to say all deaths are heart failure in one form or another. Quite so. But just so people know, my father, legal father, not my biological father, survived hundreds of heart attacks. So he was quite exceptional in his own right, and likely probably not fully human either. I don't know what he was, but whatever he was, what he survived was medically impossible. And it took a lot to kill him. But believe me, they kept working at it until they did kill him. And it was the same with my mother. I mean, these were two people they just hammered at and hammered at and hammered at until they died. And they did everything they could to make certain that they died. We don't need to go into the whole horror story behind that. Yeah, again, it's one of those things, if I relate, most doctors would just find it embarrassing. There was a time where I could relate it in such technical detail. People would ask me if I was a doctor, because of course I was their care provider and had gone through the medical journalism courses and all the rest of that. So all that being said, however, so Heather, for God's sakes, get some rest. We're praying for you, and just don't think to or overdwell on morbid things. It astonishes me that she called the nurse and the nurse set up an appointment for July 18th. And then she even said herself, well, that means they must not think it's very serious. But I'm like thinking, okay, will you describe symptoms to us that you feel concerned about? And, but if they don't feel that they're concerned about it, why should you feel concerned?
You got to remember, you're talking about the medical field of America. Okay.
Yeah.
And here's two things. It's all about money. And it's all about not getting sued. So if you come in to the emergency room, they're going to treat you as an emergency. If you call the doctor and you call the hospital, like, I need to get a test. Well, what are you feeling? I have a little chest pain. You got a nurse, you got somebody sitting there scheduling an appointment, and there is no lawsuit there. If you schedule that, you didn't call 911. We'll get scheduled for July 18th.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, your point's well taken, but theoretically, any chest pain is supposed to be taken seriously. Theoretically, from what my understanding.
Theoretically, they'll ask you, do you feel like I tell you to call 911, just like every other doctor's office call.
Your point's well taken, too. That's true. That is true.
I mean, I had a whole, like, the whole thing where they went in and looked at my heart and watched, not just like not just the thing where they, do the normal thing, but I mean, they went in and I just got to see my heart and how it flows and the blue, because that's when, when I was sick and they were checking to see all that. But that was scheduled out because those are basically, they're scheduled like any type of MRI. They're scheduled like that. So unless it is an emergency situation, I mean, anybody like worried about their heart could then everybody be an emergency. So it's going to be treated like that. I mean, like you would have to be in a state of like, but then you're going to go to the emergency room. So they're going to schedule that. I mean, that's just normal. Like what they're going to do is schedule it. And then they're going to say, if you have any problems before then, just go to the hospital, whatever. But that would be, also just common sense, like I'm, got diagnosed with like all this eye crap that I've had recently, and like, I guess if I just suddenly go blind.
What's your eye issues?
I'm getting old is what I'm doing. I'm not taking care of myself.
Oh, that's cute. So what I'm going to do is refresh myself. Now,
vitamin C and millets. And magnesium.
What did you say?
He said vitamin C and millets and magnesium.
Oh my God! Well, I'll just.
Well, magnesium makes you shit, Brendan. So why would she need magnesium?
No.
Yeah. I mean, I could understand why she would need magnesium, but I've told her to try. Yeah, I've told her to, try fiber. Because theoretically, if you try 3 heaping teaspoons of fiber, once 3 times a day, it's just, 1 heaping teaspoon of fiber 3 times a day. I just take them all at once. But if you were to try that, theoretically, that helps with diarrhea as much as it helps with people who are constipated. Look at where our conversation has turned to. At any rate.
Yeah, I'll go back to mine. I just have the macular degeneration, like that. So that's all I have.
Oh, all right. Macular degeneration. That's where we all go. So black dots. You seen the black dots yet?
I've been seeing black dots for a while, and like, but I can't like over the last 6 months, like I don't know. Last year, I started like slowly, like where I couldn't read.
You're not old at all.
Yeah. Thank you. That's kind of alarming. Yeah, my mother had macular degeneration, but she was 80.
Well, I didn't know. Like I don't know. It was about a year ago when I was sick. Like I started like with a back of Tylenol bottles, the little tiny print, because I always had 20/20 vision. I'm like perfect. And I started not being able to read that, and it was blurry. But then over the last like 6 months, which obviously I hadn't been taking my blood pressure medicine and done things to up my blood pressure, so I'm sure. But I just slowly, like, I got where I just couldn't read. Like, so if I look at my phone now, or like I have to have reading glasses on to even read my phone. Like, it is like I have like the zoom on my phone, like where I can triple click, like, you know, like on the Apple phone, you know, they have like all this stuff for, like, you know, if you're hearing impaired. Or I have the eye impaired shit on, so I can triple click to like zoom in like an 80-year-old. And and it was actually Method Larry that was like, he just knew that, and he one day he was like comes to me, he was like acting all sincere, like, I'm worried about your eyes. And I was like, what? He's like, you know, if you ever go blind, I'll be here for you. And I'm like, what the fuck?
That would be a sad fucking world if you were blind.
What I'm saying is, no, I mean, she was being sweet, but like in a way that I was like, why are you being all serious about my eyes? I just need reading glasses. Like, that's where I was with it. And so I didn't understand why he said that. And he's like, well, I'll look some stuff up. I was like, I just played off. So then later on, like, I guess like a month or two later, and I can't read. And I go to the Dollar Tree now, and I buy like 20 pairs of reading glasses because I'll lose them daily, like the. So I just buy $20, dollar pairs, and but I have to have them. Like, I cannot read shit. And so, like, I'll get upset. Like, you knew that. Like, I can't.
Wait a second. Why aren't you getting prescription fucking glasses?
Because I've never gone to an eye doctor in my life. I 2020 up until last year. So, like, I've never had to go, and now I don't have insurance. I'm trying to get the insurance started back.
Oh my God! Get the insurance, please. I mean, you know, the Dollar Tree glasses are only going to make it worse over time.
Whatever. So anyway, then he goes it up. He reads it to me one day in the car. So he's getting high. He tells me, I think you may be going blind. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, I looked it up. That's why I told you that. And he's like, then he shows me this macular degeneration. I'm like, whatever. That is what old people get. And then I start reading. I'm like, oh, shit. Hey, that's me. That's me.
Yeah,
but what I found out was, I think what it is because macular degeneration, from what I understand, it's age-related, and it is caused by different things. So I think mine is because I have extremely high blood pressure. I think it's caused from the blood pressure. Right. And if I can get the blood pressure down, I'm hoping that I can get some of the eyesight back.
Or at least
if I don't get the blood pressure back and continue to up it, I'm going to have I'm going to blow the artery in my eye and eventually not see it all.
Well, I mean, let's just put it this way. Do get your blood pressure.
Like a great idea to do magnesium.
Okay, so you can explain that.
Will the magnesium help the blood pressure?
Magnesium is the most effective blood pressure lowering substance on planet Earth, more than any drug or anything else.
Cool.
Well, hell, I'm going to get some magnesium right now.
I
had spray. I used some spray, but I didn't know it was for that. I thought it was for sleeping. I didn't know it was for also blood pressure.
That and beets.
Beets, yeah, and I take these super beets. You know, they call them total beets. They call them.
I'll do the beet powder. Although I think my grandmother used to eat beets, and I thought they tasted nasty. But since I've tasted millets, I can do beets, Brendan. I will do the beets.
Okay, millets don't taste bad. Just get the white people millets. Get the Bob's Red Mill.
Yeah, well, the old, maybe mine were like 40 years old, because you have like 3 people you gotta like get to go.
Yeah, I suspect because the way. Oh wait, hold on. Let's caveat this because when you went to that Indian guy, it sounded like he had to go in the back and dig them out.
Yes.
Yeah, he had to get 2 other Indian guys to even understand what you're saying, and then they finally like,
so unfortunately, it's just the source is whack. So maybe try the white people one. Try Bob's Bread Mill.
Try what?
Bob's Bread Mill, he calls it. Bob's Bread. I never.
It's a brand called Bob's Red Mill.
I know.
They're like the regular white millets.
I didn't know they made millets there, but they don't make the Coda and all that. You were sending me for the crazy crap.
Well, he was sending you towards.
Those are the most healthy ones. But
but Bob doesn't make that, does he?
Apparently, he does. It's a brand.
They use great white millet. So great white millet is like.
You never said great white. You said Coda.
He was trying to get you into this. He was trying to get you really Vedic. He was trying to get you Vedic, which is what he does. But what he's saying is that
he got me baited. He got me baited.
The city
Worms
danyas.
crawling all over
I was
my
telling you
floor.
about the city danyas, but there's 10 types of millet. There's the 5
All right.
lesser millets and 5 great millets.
All right, well, Brandon, I just found I bought some more. I've got mega magnesium, 400 milligrams, low sodium, liquid,
God.
and I
Yeah,
can
take
put this on
that
the
stuff,
bottoms
like,
of my
every
feet,
day.
right? Aren't you supposed to put
No,
the bottom of your
Mega
feet
Mag,
too?
Mega Mag you take by mouth, like.
I
before you
know,
sleep.
but I didn't know if it also, they say the bottoms of your feet helps like absorb, or just take it in the mouth is better.
No, you can do both. Do both, and you'll feel much better.
Oh my God.
Do
Okay.
that right now. I need
So both of you, Aristides, please join in. I'm gonna refresh
Dude, my
myself.
phone's dying. I think
What?
I gotta go.
No! No!
Oh no.
I gotta go too, actually, because the dog.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, both
Look,
do
No,
that.
Look, I need both of you to bounce off Aristides. You can go when I come back. Please. Come on.
Somebody
Jeez.
stay here. Come on.
Come on.
Stevie, tell us about your health problems.
Yes.
My health
I'll go mute. But for God's
God.
sakes, I
Yeah.
need you
Okay,
three to. Yeah, Brendan, plug your phone in. Come on, I need you
Yeah,
guys.
because you're gonna need to solve. I'm putting magnesium in my mouth and my feet. I'm gonna
Yeah,
need to solve his health problem.
that's
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Tell her how it's done, Brendan. Give her sexual imagery.
No, I'm glad he told me that, Bruno. I'm glad, because I did not know that helped
Well,
blood
don't
pressure.
put it in anywhere that's like mucous membranes. Definitely don't do that.
Yeah,
Like under the tongue is probably the maximum.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just put it on. It tastes horrible.
he's afraid you're probably gonna try it vaginally or something.
Like a stick in, you know, like
Yes. Okay. At any rate, this will keep the numbers up, or dash them entirely. At any rate, the three of you, please hold the stage. I'll be back. Everybody, I don't know if I can say you're in good hands, but these hands are they're hands. They're good enough. They're
They're magnesium enriched hands, and they're brain Vedic enriched hands.
Yes.
You gotta have magnesium.
I'll be back in 10-ish minutes, 15 at the longest. Okay.
Oh my God, how long does it take to do a line of coke and fucking jack off?
Please, honey, please. Yeah, I really don't do that till after transmission. Give me some credit.
Which is even sadder. It takes you 50. I hope you're like, you don't even like food.
He's not Trampus.
Yeah.
He's not Trampus who would unmute
Yes.
while doing
What?
stuff.
Trampus did that on air?
Yes. Trampus would sit on his organic dildos. And you'd hear these squishy farting noises.
Organic dildos.
Yes.
There aren't even such thing as organic dildos.
Yes.
I mean,
Tell her, Brendan. Tell her, Aristides. Tell her about these Cthulhu dildos.
He was
yes,
like
Aristides, tell us
angry
about your health problems because you aren't using organic dildos.
He was like getting irate that I wouldn't agree
health.
with him.
Yeah.
He was like, they're all organic and the silicone is 100% toxin free, and I'm like, dude, that's not even the issue. Like, what? Just like, why are you pushing that website? Like, he would push it every time he was on.
Thank you.
And I had to tell him, like, dude, can you calm down with that? Like, I don't want to hear that.
Thank you, Aristides. Tell people this is true.
Yeah. He did like plug the dildo site. Like.
Yes.
But he kept interrupting.
What is this
George
dildo
Knight
site? I
one
mean,
day,
like,
and I
I'm just
had
gonna
to,
research it for future reference. What was
Baddragon.com.
because George Knight's too polite. George Knight was just letting him go, and I was like, "Let George talk. We don't want to hear about that nasty shit."
It's like drop the link so that I know.
Whatever, George was letting him talk while George was making notes. Bad. George is just smooth enough to be like, I'm letting y'all know.
Yeah, Aristides, tell Brooke about
it's
what.
one thing
Holy
to be curious
shit,
about
Calvin, year of the
he was
dragon.
like-
They got dragon dicks on here.
But these things are like for professionals. That's what I was trying to explain to Douglas. Like, these are like these are like for the chicks that do videos. These aren't just casual. You just pass them out to.
Yes,
like,
they can help you earn money on the side, Brooke. You could go cam with this. And if you think that, doofus Josh Diddler has a crush on you, you'd have a legion of Josh Diddlers. And they'd give you anything. They'd give you their drugs.
What are little squirt? I'm thinking about going just cam. I need some money. What are little squirts?
You guys explain this to her. I'll be back.
You're asking the wrong people.
And Aristides, tell her about how Trampus.
Yeah.
Aristides, tell Brooke about how Trampus kept telling you, tell Douglas I use odor-free, scent-free body products, and he can drink my blood. And tell her about this. I'm gonna give him.
Yeah, the whole sales pitch he sent to you, he sent it to me because maybe I could relay it to you, or he thought you hadn't read it or whatever. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah, go into some details because he sent that shit to me too, and I just ignored it.
No,
he sent it to all of you?
Yeah,
oh my god, he so wants you off.
He talked about.
He was telling us like, oh, I use unscented, or my scent is really light and stuff, so when I'm near you, it won't affect you. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, I didn't ask for this.
Yeah.
Like none of us were. And then he would invite me to have pizza and beer with him, he said that to Douglas actually. And then he invited me. He's like, "Oh, Brennan, if you have nowhere to stay, come stay at my house." And he's like, he kept throwing in weird caveats like, "Don't worry, it's not gay. Don't worry, I swear it's not gay." And then he would say,
"Yeah, let's hang out."
He would say like, "Oh, if you don't want to smoke weed, I won't smoke it around you." And I'm like, and I never said anything about any of that. Yeah. He just kept bringing it up, and I was just like, "This is super red flag territory."
Yeah, it's like, dude, hey man, let's hang out. Like, no homo, man, no homo.
Yeah, I was like trying to be cordial. I was like, yeah, maybe if I'm in the area, no problem. And he'd be like, but it's not gay, don't worry. And I'm like, ooh.
Yeah. It's like, why did you feel a need to reassure me that it wasn't gay? That's not normal. Like my most of my other friends wouldn't have to do that.
I never was saying like, oh, it's a problem or something. It was just
Oh, was that a specific need? Yeah. You had to put it.
But I mean, on the real, I wouldn't have stayed with someone ever that is doing like Datura on the regular and all these like poisonous
crazy,
shit.
Dude, I can't. That is fucking. When I heard that, I was like,
Brooke, you remember the truffles?
Like I mean,
remember
I haven't been there.
Those like chocolate things he was eating that were like all poisonous plants, like infused.
Oh yeah, they were like deadly. But I was like, yeah, go ahead and send me some in case I need him to kill somebody.
Yeah. Did he ever send you any? I mean, he's too cheap. He ate them all.
No, and I don't have any dick and balls to fuck him up the ass, so it ain't gonna work out anyway. Well, I mean, I have some. I mean,
that's probably why he didn't pursue it.
I can put him on if he needs them, but I ain't driving out to him. Like he's gonna have to pay up for me to put strap on.
That's horrible.
I don't know, but this website is horrible. Oh my god! But I'm telling you what, this little dragon thing here. He's got a good natural to the left curve there, noking the hippocampus. Oh my!
What? Hippocampus.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Like, I don't know. I'm so I guess not. I don't look up things like this. I mean, the closest I've seen is just normal.
You're not a sicko.
Yeah. So now I'm just like, they're just making shit out of snakes and the way they think a red dragon stick would look, and a big dragon and a little dragon and a medium dragon and a soft-tailed dragon and a firm-tailed dragon and a dragon with lots of scales and no scale. I mean, I don't know. These people have too much time on their hands. That's what I'll say.
Disgusting. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding.
But it's like a train wreck. I will be honest. Like I can't look away because I keep looking. Like as I scroll, there's just more. I'm like, how can you get more? Like every image is like another. It's almost like that. What is that? Japanese and Chinese what am I trying to say? Like the porn that they do in
tentacle porn. Yeah.
Yes, the tentacle. Yes, it's like that. Yes.
Yeah, they have a tentacle one too. He was trying to explain that to us, and I had to I just left. I straight up left the convo. I'm not keen on hearing that.
There's one I just got down to another one. Some of them are really gross. Oh my god! But one is a foot. One is called David's paw, and it is literally 1, 2, 3, 4 toed, gross looking foot. Like that's all I can say.
What's the point of that shit?
I don't know. I guess if you ever wanted some goth skank, I picture like that guy out of Lord of the Rings, like his foot, the little guy that's bent over. Like that foot is what it looks like.
Sick, man.
If you want that shoved up anywhere in your body. Yeah.
I am not. Yeah, no. How's everything else going in your guys' world? How about something different?
Some positive, yeah. I'm gonna start waiting.
Something new, yes. Something new, something blue, something borrowed.
Nobody's
Whatever
getting. Who's
that
getting
limerick
married?
is.
Aristides, are you getting married? Are you getting married? Who's getting married?
What?
You said
What was
something
the
borrowed,
limerick
something
again?
blue. That's a marriage thing.
Yeah. What is the whole thing though? Something, I forgot what it is.
Something new. You get something old, something new,
Something old,
something
something
borrowed,
yes, thank you.
something blue.
Yes, thank you.
Don't know
It's
what
from
the
an
purpose
old
is.
English wedding rhyme. A sixpence in your shoe. Thank you. Yeah, when I went to England, I was trying to find a sixpence, and they don't have them anymore. So it's like, occasionally when people find them, it's like super lucky. So, like imagine like 6 pennies, you know. Like
I feel like the
it's a very
person that came
strange
up with that rhyme,
denomination.
like the something old, something new, though, I feel like that was somebody that was like trying to tell their like son or daughter that was getting married that day, and they realized like it's pouring down rain, their dog just died, their barn is on fire and just burned down, right? And they're like, I probably should get married. It's a bad sign. And they're like, no. We have to. So if you just do, here's something old. It's your grandma's old pennies. Something new. See your dad's new penny, something borrowed.
Yes.
And there's a blue, and now everything will be
Something
perfect.
blue.
Yes, they just want to marry the daughter off
your
to get her
shoe.
away. They're like, I need to. I mean, who made up that rhyme? Something old, something new. Because when they told
Victorians.
me that, I said, well, something old. And then I got something given from my grandmother, and she's like, I need that back. And I'm like, well, is that old or is that borrowed? Because if I have to give it back, that's old and borrowed.
It's something you follow in the name of luck on your wedding day. So, yeah.
I say something old should be the man that I'm marrying. Okay. Something new should be the amount of money he is getting ready to give me. Something borrowed should be the amount of time he has left in his life. And something blue should be my eyes as they cry over his casket next week.
That's crazy.
Wow, that's really poetic.
That's really crazy, man.
Is that not loving and kind?
Do people really think like that?
I mean,
so
after you've been married one time, yes.
Objects for money.
I married once for love. No, just kidding. But yeah,
So
I mean, Pamela Anderson did.
Yeah, but just look how her life turned out. It's like the money doesn't do anything.
Not Pamela Anderson. Who am I talking about? The other one that died with the old man that she married. What was her name? The blonde one. She looked kind of like her.
Yeah, girl. I know who you're talking about,
but yeah, married like the 90-year-old.
From drugs.
Yeah, she died from drugs.
Yeah. Anna, whatever. I forgot their names. Those people.
Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah, these people. Yeah. Terrible. Terrible example. See, learn from that example and don't do that. It's like
I didn't do it. I had the opportunity to do shit like that. My problem is I don't have enough patience.
If you had unlimited cash, you would definitely get into trouble.
Oh my God. I get in trouble without unlimited cash. Come on. Actually, I'd keep myself out of trouble.
That's what I'm saying. So imagine if you had tons of cash.
No, because I would. First of all, she's stupid. That's called lack of intelligence. Is what she had. So she should have had somebody around. You're going to be doing drugs. Okay, I need somebody to test my drugs. Number one, you got to drug tester, and you're also then the other person. You my heart. You making sure my heart's beating. Okay, just make sure I'm the left. Even if I don't feel like that, is their job.
It's still not the right thing to do.
You know, I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying if she's going to do it, she should have done it right. Okay, and I couldn't do it though because
way to harm yourself.
There's a right way to harm yourself. To like coming on the show is not the right way.
There's not. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I'm going on sabbatical like permanently later this year.
Okay. Permanently? What do you mean?
I'm taking a trip.
Permanently taking a trip to where?
Some time.
No, you just
to another country. Permanently. To Thailand. I'm going to Thailand.
For how long?
As long as it takes.
You said permanently. What is permanent? Because permanent means never ending.
Yeah, perhaps. There's a high chance.
So you could say possibly, it may possibly be permanent, but you're not for sure, right?
It remains to be seen.
When are you going?
This coming month.
This
I'll
month?
be gone for quite a time, yeah.
Can I come to Thailand and eat some Thai food with you?
No.
Although I hear that the Thai food in Thailand is not like the Thai food in America, and I may be like, I just heard a comedian guy, he was like, I was over there, he thought I'd be all cool, like the guys that, on the
Do
Travel
you like
Channel.
spicy food?
I do I love spicy food. Yeah.
It's super spicy.
Yeah, I love spicy, but I was just like, what always scares me is like the Japanese, when I see the Japanese food or some of the Chinese food that has like the weird fish and meat in it. Like, I love spice. I just want to
Yeah.